What's with dictators and mustaches? It's weird, isn't it? The look on your face when Delta Force shows up at 3 in the morning. There you go, guys. There it is. What's with dictators and mustaches? It's weird, isn't it? The look on your face when Delta Force shows up at 3 in the morning. There you go, guys. There it is.
Level 2 begins. For the most part, it's more of the same on the first.
It's learning time? Yeah.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare,
what is this sound? Oh my God!
There are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General. First of all,
I think obviously they should do this with the fraud. I mean, it's not even a question. I mean, they need to go after this as much as possible. They should probably have multiple positions, multiple departments, an entire area inside of the federal government to just look after fraud. I mean, this is the reason why they had Doge. This is why I supported Doge, is because this was going on at a mass scale. Anybody, as I said, that's around any illegal alien and low-income communities knows that fraud like this is totally widespread.
A lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job
like... How did Doge work out? It didn't work out very well. That's why they need to go after it even more. I mean, like, in my opinion, I think also Doge did save a good amount of money. It definitely did. So it's not like Doge was useless, but at the same time, you're right that Doge, I think, didn't deliver the results that a lot of people were expecting it to. Now, why did that happen? It's hard to say why, but overall, you know, I would say that, yeah, for sure, I think people expected a lot more. It was restricted. Yeah, it was. And I think that now there's much more of a demand for going after fraud like this.
This often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official. But this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people.
Thank God.
Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what...
Yeah, that's exactly why you had Doge. Like, that was the entire reason, is that this problem was so big.
Position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis.
I really got to say, J.D. Vance has been cooking, man. Like, I mean, the demeanor, the delivery, everything about this. Like, I mean, Trump really, like, I mean, he got in RFK, and does RFK really talk a lot? No, he just goes out there and outlaws food dyes, and that's it. And then he's got Marco Rubio that's running half the world now. And you got J.D. Vance. I mean, he's got Pete Hegseth that just goes fuck around and find out. Welcome to 2026. You know, like, really, I mean, he brought in some big dicks, man. I'm glad to see this. Yeah, this is great.
And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media...
It's an attack on democracy. People voted to have these ICE removals. They voted for this. It won. It won. This is like one of the main things they voted for, was to get rid of the fucking illegals. Like, they're attacking democracy. This is what they wanted.
Yeah, by and large, has reported this story, has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day.
Oh my God. Yes, I want to hear a lot more of this, but I don't want to. The thing is that I like JD a lot. I think JD Vance is great, but at the same time, what makes me mad is that, bro, you're the vice president. Can't we do a little bit more than talk, right? Can't we do just a little bit more?
That headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that...
No. Oh, fuck, not again. Shit. Think about it. Really think, fuck.
That headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox.
Doesn't this bitch have a job? Like, really? Like, I mean, how is it that all these hoes just have all this time to run around and cause trouble? I mean, like, don't you think they have something better to do? Like, what the fuck? Really? Like, damn, like, you ain't got something that was her job? She getting paid? I gotta figure that out.
To assault and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible.
I mean, organizing and conspiring to disrupt and, you know, like, basically damage and stop federal investigations is against the law, bro. Like, why aren't you going out and arresting them? If you know they're in these group chats and you know they're doing this, why aren't they getting arrested? That's what's crazy.
The President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie.
Yeah, this is the guy right here. Take a look at this. This is the same guy. The ICE agent involved in yesterday's Minneapolis shooting was previously dragged over 300 feet by this illegal alien child rapist from Guatemala, being harbored by Minnesota fraud governor Tim Walz under his unlawful sanctuary state laws. What the fuck is going on?
According to a federal complaint, agents were executing a warrant for 39-year-old Roberto Carlos Munoz. They say Munoz entered the country unlawfully, and he also pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct back in 2023
Fourth degree.
for abusing a minor.
Oh, wow. Well, we got to keep him, right?
Tuesday morning, agents pulled him over. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply.
I would have never
a federal
guessed.
Agent took out his spring-loaded window punch with his right hand and broke the driver's side rear window.
Yeah, sure.
These images show the officer's hand in the vehicle. In this video, you can see the driver take off with the agent hanging from the car, dragging him 300 feet through.
That's kind of fucking impressive, honestly. It is. That's like out of a movie.
Front yards. These graphic images show the aftermath. A bloody agent who needed 33 stitches for his significant
this is
cut.
the same guy.
And now a political battle with a top Homeland Security official criticizing Governor Tim Walz, posting on X, instead of comparing ICE law enforcement to the Gestapo, Walz should be thanking our brave law enforcement.
It's insane.
The Department of Justice says a request for Munoz to be held after that 2022 arrest was, quote, not honored by local authorities, and Munoz was released.
There you go. So this is the guy. This is the guy yesterday that shot that woman.
That this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Yep.
Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Questions.
I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863. And I think we
1863? They want JD Vance to comment on Tim Walz weaponizing the Civil War?
maybe in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey
exactly.
and whether
It's
want
so
to see
ridiculous
unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim.
All right. Yeah, true.
Walz is a joke. His entire administration his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire
man. Yep. There it is. I love to see it.
entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out.
I got to figure this out.
I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Unrelated question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out in Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, what
I think what they should do is they should go in, they should bring in, nationalize the National Guard of Minnesota, invoke the Insurrection Act, arrest fucking the Jacob Frey and Tim Walz, put them in jail, and then just put the entire fucking place on martial law and then get rid of every single fucking illegal in there. That's what they should do. And focus on Minnesota, because there's other states that are bad, but just put all of your force on just Minnesota and just crush them absolutely. Because it's very clear that if you do that and it works, then all the other states are going to be like, oh, okay, all right, well, okay, never mind. Maybe let's be a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, they'll fall in line, exactly. But you have to go after one of them with the full force. You set an example. And that's why it'll never happen. I don't think it'll happen either. I don't. But that's what I think they should do. You could bring it in. You could bring it outside military. Yeah, I think they should bring in the military. They should do everything. Do everything that you possibly can as an absolute show of force to let them know, no, you're not going to be able to resist this. You're not going to be able to protest this. This is going to happen to you whether you like it or not.
DHS sort of revisit their procedures here. I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of
because
the making of the far left.
Yeah, she did
They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violations of
kidnapping,
people's rights.
yeah.
What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations.
Well, you've got to go after the ralliers. That's the problem, is he has to go after the ralliers. Because if you don't go after the ralliers, then it's just going to keep happening. Because they're going to rally somebody else. They're going to get somebody else. You have to cut it off at the source. Until you do that, this is just going to keep happening.
That means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network.
Yes.
Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation.
Of course she was, obviously.
How did she learn about this?
Duh.
There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's illegal, and they should get arrested. Why not just arrest them?
Preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it, who's supporting it, who's cheerleading it, and of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning?
Shut up, Karen. Shut the fuck up. Don't drive your car at a federal officer. Case closed. What are you, fucking retarded? Shut up. Like, it's just so delusional and stupid. It's almost funny.
You preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions, and have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making. And
God, bro. All this guy needs to do is actually just go after these people, and I would vote for him. That's all he needs to do. That's all I want to hear. Because, like, I'm so glad, like, because I don't want to have, like, this emotional talking around it, everything else. Oh, wow, it's so horrible this happened. She shouldn't have been there. She put herself there. Shouldn't have done it.
The tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers.
You literally said yesterday you believe she wasn't trying to ram him. I'll make myself clear, because apparently maybe you didn't understand. If you're driving your car at somebody and it's going to hit them, I don't really care whether you're trying to do it or not. They're not going to be able to read your mind and figure out whether you're trying to do it or not. They're just going to see you driving your car at them and assuming you're trying to hit them. They can't know that. But they can know they're getting a car driven at them immediately. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. Oops. Oh, no. I only did this on accident. I was only trying to evade arrest.
I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless
play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
You know what?
That's a fact.
You don't have to agree with our immigration policies.
That's a fact.
You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize?
Exactly.
Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's too
many people.
Stop.
There's way too many people.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box.
Take it to the ballot box. Stop trying to interfere with the officers. Basically, what they're saying is if you're a police officer who wants to murder, just jump in front of the car right as it starts to move so you can kill them. It's not even worth engaging. It's not. It's so obviously dishonest. Okay, sure.
Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening.
You got to stomp them out. You have to stomp them out. And you're not doing that. If you don't stomp these people out completely and just destroy them in every single aspect, like seize their financials, put them in jail, put their conspirators in jail, go after them, physically whenever they're at these places. You have to just totally oppress them, completely fucking oppress them. And again, with the law, this is the law. The law oppresses terrorists. I know. It's sad.
People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families.
Don't want to hear
this is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law.
Yeah.
That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage.
Because then they're going to do it way more. If people realize, if they pull out of Minneapolis or Minnesota and they stop doing ICE, what they're going to do is they're going to just quadruple the amount of protests that are going to happen. Because now people will think that they have a chance that they can stop the federal government. That's why you have to stop it. They should have stopped. They should have just started this immediately last year. What? You can't assault federal officers? What? Do you think instead of labeling them as leftists, simply labeling them as agitators would resonate more with the general public? I don't think you should do anything that's going to resonate more with people that want to be constantly deceived. Existing inside of the frame of of vocabulary of another person is allowing that person to define how you will lose. Never exist inside of the frame of another person's argumentation. They are deranged leftists. That's what they are. That's what they are. It's definitive. So just call them what they are.
Actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals...
Yeah, buddy, the law oppresses terrorism just like the law oppressed black people. You're right. You're so right. This is just like slavery.
In Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable.
That's brave of you to say that.
Job
Very brave.
What he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Once again, for the millionth time, the media is the enemy of the people. They are the enemy of the people. It is so obvious. Anybody can see it. There it is. It's right in front of you.
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage...
Duh. Fucking duh. You can't hate the media enough? What a leading question. I know.
In self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car, and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that, that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. Well,
I think that if you're doing that, I mean, you should at least go to jail. Yeah, definitely. And what they need to do, too, is they need to find out, because I think a lot of these people are foreign agitators, just seize their assets. Like, I mean, they obviously have money in bank accounts. Just take their bank accounts. What are they going to do? Like, just, yeah, literally just take their money. Well, I don't know, like, why don't you, it seems like it's such a simple solution. I don't know why people don't just do that. Yeah, it's so fast. Yeah, it instantly stops it. Start with Soros. Yeah, I mean, like these super, like these big, like rich people around the world, like money is not power. Armies are power. Like guns are power. That's what really matters. And so I hear this bullshit and I'm like, oh yeah, sure. The fact is that, yeah, just take their ass. What are they going to do? Stop playing stupid games? Yeah, I know. Could you see these politicians holding out because of midterms? I don't know if they will or not. I have no idea. But I think it's a bad instinct to do that. It's unrealistic to expect a president to enforce the law equally, or do we have to accept double standards as permanent? Well, I don't know, but eventually we will. Eventually, we'll find somebody that will enforce it seriously, right? Money buys power. Well, yeah, but if you can just take their money, you don't have to sell the power.
I'm sorry, guys. What's going on here?
That's
you
what I
guys
say.
are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to...
Exactly. I'm so glad he's calling this out.
To run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
It's embarrassing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched...
I could watch this a lot.
The video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video.
Does that matter?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat.
Yeah, he had every reason to think that she was trying to run him over. If you look at it from his perspective, he had every reason to think, oh my God, this bitch is about to ram me with her fucking car. Again.
For injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? If
you panic and you drive into somebody, that person still has the right to self-defense. Panicking doesn't just it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card where everybody has to just kind of let you panic.
Reasonable conversation.
Doesn't even make sense.
What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart.
It's easy with hindsight that you could say you could do something else. Yeah, exactly. JD's cooking here? Yeah, he is. He's doing great. I like this. ICE officer isn't a mind reader? Yeah, of course. Did she drive into him or not? It's very clear that if he hadn't moved out of the way quickly, she would have completely ran him over. It's undeniable. When her wheels first started spinning forward, her car was pointed directly at that officer. She absolutely accelerated directly at the officer. This is undeniable.
Yeah.
Following up
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part
No, they can't, because you guys are the ones agitating it.
of the problem.
Yep.
Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media.
So I said.
I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room.
True.
First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person.
You have to have overwhelming force against people that are violent protesters. You have to. You can't let them get even an inch. Because the moment that they think that they're making any progress, then they're just going to do it more and more.
Yo, listen up, here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. Cause he ain't got nobody to listen. I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died, 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 I've been deed, I've been died. I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died, I've been deed, I've been died, I've been deed, I've been died, I've been deed, I've been died,
And to the extent that you tolerate their behavior, what's going to happen is that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, because then they're going to keep pushing the line because that's what their goal is.
And property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can try to lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again,
yeah, people are not willing to do that. They don't want to. And it's because that they don't want to do that because they want to keep people inside of an emotional frame of reference, because it's easier to control people that way. That's why. I guess she broke the response by accelerating. Shooting her is too far. I don't think so. I think if somebody tries to drive a car at you, you should shoot them in the head. That's what I think. I think if anybody's trying to drive a car in your immediate vicinity and they're driving it right at you, you should be able to shoot them directly in the head. Absolutely. And if they're still driving after that, I think you should be able to shoot them again. That's it. I don't want to live in a world where people can drive cars at me. Straight up. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want you to live in that world. I don't want anybody to live in that world. That's it.
I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually...
You ever been over a crosswalk? That's an insane comment. You're trying to compare it to a crosswalk? It's not even worth... I'm going to just go ahead. I'm going to just pull you up. Do you think that I was talking about crosswalks? Do you think I was discussing crosswalks? See what he says. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay, guys. It's all right. Do people drive against you on a crosswalk? No, because you wait for the crosswalk to say go, and then you go. Have you ever... ever been on a crosswalk before? Like, what? Wait, what? People drive again. What the hell are you talking about? I can't even believe I'm reading this. Oh my God. Why pull up a bad faith interpretation? The reason why I pull them up is because I want people to see that these are the quality of the disagreeers. These are the people that are out there disagreeing and arguing and trying to debate this. They are arguing on such a bad faith level that it's just completely nonsensical. It has totally left any realm of rationality, reason, like, you know, I guess conscientious thought, anything at all. It's total dishonesty. There's also people disagreeing with good points. Usually pull up the nonsensical ones. Do you not? Not really. Let me go. I'm gonna pull you up. Okay, this guy's getting banned. He's getting banned. Then we're gonna move on. Okay. He's an idiot. All right. So, do you have a nonsensical point? Because there's always people that complain that I bring up people that are dumb. So, did I just do that again or not? Give me a minute. Let's listen to it. Brian Krasenstein, Doc the Agent, is such a motherfucking asshole. Nobody knows whether that's the guy. There's a million Jonathan Rosses. What's the good point they're disagreeing with? So his argument is the cop was in a crosswalk and the lady was simply waiting for him to cross the street or something, and he gunned her down. These people are a joke. As I said, there are just so many different levels of intellectual dishonesty and deliberate misunderstanding that it's actually kind of funny to see, because it's just so misleading and dishonest. It's insane. I'm really kind of shocked sometimes whenever I read these that there are people out there that exist that way. It's really surprising. We don't have a single example of one of these, you know, well thought out, reasoned arguments. It's because they don't exist. That's the reason why. Now, let's see. We're going to close this one. Just going to move on.
Enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should.
Yeah, they're just doing their job. That's it. If you had time to kill her, you had time to run away from the car. Killing her was unnecessary. A life can mean so little in a rational society. I disagree with that, because if a person tries to run you over, what's to say that they're not going to put the car in reverse after they missed the first time and try to run you over again? Think about that. If somebody shoots a bullet at you 3 times, are you supposed to wait for them to shoot a 4th time before you shoot back? Just think about it. Somebody drives a car directly at you. You're going to try to shoot them because you don't want them to do that to somebody else. Duh, or do it to you again, like, obviously. It's not even a question. Or run over a kid 2 blocks away? Exactly, yeah. If life was so important, what was she there doing that? I know. There's already a video where they didn't shoot and the lady backed up at full speed and drove through a guy in a snowbank. I don't know about that. I have to go back and see. The point is, when he shot, he already knew that she was trying to leave. He doesn't, how does he know that she was trying to leave?
Be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect, and the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about
and also, like, one more point. I'm sorry, I really apologize for pausing this so much. So there are 2 things that the officers can be sure of whenever she tried going forward with that car. There are 2 things that they can be sure of. Thing number 1, she has no respect and no consideration for the law. Because not only did she spend the entire morning trying to obstruct the law, but on top of that, she is disobeying a direct order from a law enforcement official that's trying to detain her for impeding their investigation. So this is number 1, that she does not respect the law at all. No reasonable person could look at what she was doing and say this is a law-abiding citizen. Number 1. Number 2, this person has no consideration for the safety or the well-being of other people. Whether you think she tried to run over that police officer or not, on purpose, doesn't matter. What matters is that if he didn't jump out of the way, if her wheels didn't but like spin out on the ice, she would have run that guy over. This is undeniable that she would have run him over. Do you think that in the service of trying to protect society, they should let a person drive off that has proven that they will run people over and that they don't care about the law? Do you want that person barreling down the street? I don't. I think shoot him in the fucking head. I don't. I don't want that person running you over. I don't want them running your family over. I don't want them running anybody over. That's what you have to do. It's common. It's just logic. It's just logic. Sorry. How is that any better than vigilante justice? You're asking how is a police officer making a decision that's an officer of the law better than a random person going out and shooting another random person? You're a parole person asking what should happen to you. I'm going to pull you up. You're going to get pulled up. We're having a little bit of arguments here. What about this makes me a horrible person? Because I actually think that I'm the only person that's not horrible here. I do. I think I'm the only person here who is willing to say things and do things that are for the best interest of more people. I believe that in my world, I am the person who is fighting for safety. I am the person who is fighting for freedom. And I'm the person who's fighting for peace. And I see these people as agitators, inhibitors, problems, and in one way or another, violent, like basically bad actors that are hurting other people. By letting ICE murder civilians? Of course. Obviously, like, see, you reframe things in a way that is dishonest in hoping that I won't agree with you because you're like, oh my God, well, he can't agree with it in this way. I don't care how you want to frame it. I don't give a shit. What matters is the action. You can use whatever vocabulary you want. I don't give a shit. So let's see. You're defending the lies of the administration. All facts point to a woman who's just trying to get through this holdup. She wasn't legally able to do that. They were detaining her. They said, stop moving, get out of your car. She was a woman who was just trying to get through this. Guys, I'm just trying to get through the day. The police keep trying to arrest me for robbing a bank. If she's just trying to get through this, then why was she doing it the entire day? Let's listen to what this person's saying. There's no lies, by the way. People think that you're horrible or nothing more than self-entitled minions who are never taught proper consequences. Yeah, like, I'm not... The thing is, like, I am the only person out there that's not a bad actor. I'm not. I'm direct, I'm honest, I'm logical, and I'm fair. And people that don't like that are getting mad. She got conflicting information from different officers, one telling her to continue driving through, the other telling her to stop. I didn't see any officer tell her to drive through. Do you think that do you think they wanted her to drive through whenever they had their hand on the handle? And there was a person who was standing in front of her vehicle? I mean, logically, I mean, do you really think that like, would that be the logical conclusion that you would come to? Because I remember they yelled at her and they said, stop and get out or something like that. Like, that's what I heard. Didn't you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure I heard that. All the news sources are literally reporting that she refused conflicted information. I'm not asking what the news sources are reporting. I'm asking whether it happened or not. The news sources are probably all lying. There's no reason to listen to them. Why would you listen to them? Just look at it yourself. Why would you let them make a decision for you if you could just read it and watch it yourself? It's not true. She was literally parked sideways, blocking traffic. Yeah. Don't let your lying ears deceive you. Guy, you didn't hear what you heard. No, it's something different. We need real journalism in this country. We need to trust journalists, and I do make decisions for myself as well. I've reviewed the evidence. Okay. So, based on reviewing the evidence, what about what I said was wrong? Like, we need real journalism in this country? I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but you're not getting it like that. See what he say. One more. We got to move on after this. She was doing this all day? Yeah. And it's crazy. The left, there are people that tell black people to just comply with the cops being pulled over so this doesn't happen. Then when a white woman doesn't comply and drives through them, the federal officers get shot. They point to the feds. I mean, that her murder was not justifiable. ICE pretty much murdered this woman. She was innocent. She wasn't innocent. She didn't follow an order, and she drove directly into this guy. She drove directly into him. It was completely justifiable. It was totally justifiable. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a simple thing to say, right? I mean, like, the guy was going to get run over, and that's it. She should have just gotten out of the car. The moment that you don't comply with police officers is the moment that you put your life in danger. I disagree that she was driving directly into the guy. The facts do not support this. They do. They do support it. They do. Sorry. Yeah, you saw it happen. Everybody saw it happen. There's always people that, yeah, gymnastics, exactly. It's such a simple concept. Such a simple concept.
Look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology.
Yeah, she is.
What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law?
Exactly. You're a parent. Like, you're risking your child's well-being. What if you get arrested or detained or something happens?
You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be,
you gotta be a nutball.
I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way.
You gotta be a nutball for sure.
I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to
yeah, nobody wants to be in that position.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch
they're lying retards. There's no reason to engage with a lying retard. That's it. I mean, like, so the moment that you indulge even for 1% that there is any honesty in it at all, you instantly lose. Do not even engage with it at all. What they should be saying is sorry for agitating all of these problems, and they should be working with ICE and the federal government now to ensure that none of their other citizens get killed by pretending to be heroes. That's what they should be doing.
Angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And
because they think that this is a big problem, is that people think that whenever they're protesting, they can break the law. And there is like a core fundamental problem with this, that somewhere down the line, people convince themselves that if they are sufficiently aggrieved by something, they can break the law in the process of protesting it. That's basically, that is the core issue. It's that when somebody feels like something is problematic or bad enough or something like that, they can just go out and do whatever they want.
I mean, think about, for example, a criminal law. Where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had
Absolutely. Yeah, and these officers, they're just trying to do their job and get paid. That's it. And yeah, killing someone who doesn't stop isn't police procedure. It is when they're not stopping directly in front of you. And I think they can get away without accountability. Why are you banning people who disagree with you? I ban people all the time. I don't want to sit around and argue with people that are fighting in bad faith. Somebody wants to put something forward and say, this is what happened. We all saw what happened. They're just lying. Why should I sit here and provide a platform and have to read messages from people that are just making things up? I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that?
A wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea.
I don't put up with a lot of like arguers or fighters or something like that. Like I'm not, this isn't a position, like this is not a stream where I'm going to listen to like every point and you're going to sit here and fight with me and argue with me. I don't do that. I might listen to like a counterpoint every once in a while, sure. But like, I don't want to have my chat full of people that are trying to fight with me and argue with me all the time. It's annoying and it's weird. Why would I want to do that? Fuck no.
Criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law. Because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans. They are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way,
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain.
Oh, God. Just said this guy's retarded. Yep, there it is. Absolutely.
Fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take kids, or sorry, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Leering Center. By the way,
he's actually going there.
Of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Leering Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people...
Oh, man. I love it. I love it. Yep. I'm sorry, I usually agree with common sense takes. It's Connery. How you can defend a shooting, it's shill behavior. It's undeniable it was justified. I've explained it 50 times. I'm not going to explain it again.
People got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment.
I know it's complicated, guys. I know it's hard. I know. Don't drive your car into federal officers. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to die.
Or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Yep. Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on. So I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration.
Probably,
What's different about it from a special counsel is if you remember the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively
they gotta go even harder
than it
on
has
that
ever
now.
been investigated in the United States
Absolutely.
of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah, they've got to shut this down. They've got to shut down the political violence. It's so bad. It is crazy.
It's clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean? When you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
It's very clear that this problem is so bad that they need to have more people involved with it. It's so obvious.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday?
They're not going to say what the target is,
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle.
Holy
One time,
shit.
the first time, it led to over 30 stitches
Yeah, that's
and very serious
insane.
injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important
Imagine
job for the
almost
United
getting run
States
over
of America.
twice.
He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was
agitating like crazy.
Kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do.
Yeah, sure.
Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable.
Anything on Iran?
I'll look at it later. Has directed us to do to ensure that the
we'll
new
get a little bit more of this and then probably do that.
actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved. And I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes. Even beyond the War Powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple and then we'll go pink or whatever that is.
Jesus.
And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area.
Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement.
Yeah, she was. They said she was like leading it in a lot of cases. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, no, this is, yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know if she's paid. Who knows if she's paid?
Of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the War Powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, you know, we talked.
I don't think he is after that operation, man. After that operation where they just got Maduro, I think people are behind him. I do.
Senators who are going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today.
The people see that, they say, God damn.
Was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months. And that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days.
They're getting crazy.
Are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we
don't
certainly
know.
stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful
Why would they
protests,
say that?
anybody who's trying to exert their rights for
Of course they're not going to say
to
that.
have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said,
I've heard about
the
that.
smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Vice President.
Yeah, we're going to look at that in a bit. It's actually
concerning
insane.
Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power
They don't have oil?
of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America.
No, the Colombian president, no, they had a meeting, and then he posted a AI-generated image of a tiger and like a bald eagle together or something. So I think we're going to be able to work things out with Colombia. Things are going to be fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm being serious. That literally happened.
America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look,
yeah,
we
no,
say
we're
it all
gonna
the
be fine.
time, this is the President of Peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message?
Greenland. Uh-oh.
Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week. I want to say it is.
We're getting it.
A week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What does the President say? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking are European...
I think if we wanted to buy Greenland, yeah, maybe that's possible. But, like, I don't think we should try to take it by force. I mean, in my opinion, like, I don't see it the way they see it in terms of it being super important. Like, I look at Greenland, like, yeah, I think it'd be funny if we took it in a way, right? Like, I wouldn't support doing it, like, with the military. because it just seems like it's dumb. But at the same time, like we can't take Minnesota. We need to take Minnesota before we take Greenland. Like, I mean, that's my mentality for it.
And friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously.
Just a hassle,
because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the president as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things. And I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the president wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that
they don't want to tone down the temperature. They want you to tone down your temperature, and they want to keep their temperature.
The truth.
That's what they want
to do that. God bless you.
Yeah. There it is. No, he's totally right. He is. He's right.
Screen, but the next screen is new. This board is usually called springs or elevators. I'm sure you can guess why. Once you beat it, you play the rivet screen again, and you can clear level 2. Level 3 again starts with barrels, but afterward we get another new screen, the pie board. This is the 4th and final level type you can get in Donkey Kong. Ultimately, level 3 goes barrels, pies, springs, rivets. Level 4 goes barrels, pies, barrels again, springs, rivets. And finally, level 5 goes barrels, pies, barrels, springs, barrels for a 3rd time, and finally, rivets. Each level also gets progressively more difficult. Barrels will come down ladders more often, DK can throw them in some really crazy zigzag patterns, fireballs start to move faster, there's more fireballs on the pie board, the springs move faster and faster, and the bonus timer ticks down faster with each level. Once you get to level 5 though, that's the max difficulty setting. When you beat level 5, you will continue on to level 6, but everything remains the same. You play the same set of screens, and everything will behave the same way for the rest of the game. Or at least, it's supposed to. See, high-level players can play this game for a long time. They employ fascinating strategies on every screen, influencing where the barrels go so you can group them for more points, or just steer them out of the way, influencing which side of this oil can the fireballs jump out of, watching for a good sequence of springs so they can get past the insane barrage of springs on level 5, and trapping the firefoxes on the rivet stage so they're stuck and out of the way. Just to name a few strategies that they use. With these strategies and raw skill, they could essentially play forever, if the game would let them. To beat level 5, you have to clear 20 screens, and almost 100 screens later, on the first barrel stage of level 22, 117 boards into the game, you die. Jumpman, or as we know him today, Mario, he just dies. He's out of juice at this point, I guess. You can play this level for something like 8 seconds, smash a couple barrels at best, and then he's toast. This is the kill screen. Why does this happen? Kill screens are a phenomenon in a number of old games. They were a lot more common back then because of the limited capacities of the older systems. At the time, a lot of people assumed the game just sort of ran out of memory and couldn't properly generate the next level, which isn't a terrible idea, but nowadays we're in a place to analyze the games much better and tell you exactly what's going on. So, here's why the kill screen happens in Donkey Kong. One of the main reasons it happens is because this game is 8-bit. A simplified explanation of what that means is that they had a very limited range of numbers to work with when programming the game. For example, the screen could only be 256 pixels wide or tall, which is not very much. Now, this next part might seem a little random, but it's going to be very relevant later in the video. Have you ever seen a glitch in an old game where the top and bottom of the screen seem to be connected? Or maybe the left and right side? This happens because as you approach the edge of the screen, you're approaching the limit of how high the game can count. What happens if you go 255 pixels up on the screen and then go up some more? The number overflows and wraps back around to 0. Essentially, 256 and 0 are the same number, and 257 and 1 are the same number, and so on. The same is true if you go down to 0 and then try and go even lower. The number underflows and wraps around to 255. This phenomenon applies in a few ways in Donkey Kong, and it's directly responsible for the kill screen. See, in the top right corner of the screen is the bonus timer. As you run through each stage, it's steadily ticking down. This not only acts as a way to score points based on how much time is left, but it also gives you a limited amount of time to finish. The length of the bonus timer is determined by what level you're on. At level 1, it starts at 5,000. On level 2, it's 6,000. Level 3, it's 7,000. And then finally on level 4, it's 8,000. And then it's 8,000 for the rest of the game. Until you reach level 22, and then it's 100? Or wait, 4,000? We suddenly die at 3,700? What? Here's what's going on. The formula to calculate the bonus timer is this. Level times 10 plus 40. Simple enough. This gives us how many times the timer can tick down. Every tick of the bonus timer is 100 points. So in game, you'll see the result multiplied by 100. For example, on level 1, it's 1 times 10 plus 40, so 50. 50 ticks of the bonus timer, or in other words, 5,000. The game keeps running this calculation on every level, and if the result is ever higher than 80, the game just goes ahead and sets the bonus timer to 80, or 8,000. By the time we get to level 21, the result comes out to 250. That's greater than 80, so it ends up getting set to 80, but we're getting close to 256, so I think you can see where this is going. On level 22, we do 22 times 10 is 220, plus 40 is 260. Uh-oh. You know what that means. At 256, we overflow to 0. So 260 is the same as 4. That means the bonus timer gets set to 400. It's less than 80, so the game goes ahead and uses it. Now you can see why you have so little time and end up dying. Also, the timer saying 3,700 when you die is actually a separate glitch that happens when you reach this point in the game. But yeah, there you have it. That's how the kill screen works. Now, let's talk about the story of the kill screen and how it was finally passed. The kill screen has been known about for decades, and the first reports of people reaching it are from very shortly after the game came out. A lot of the early history can't really be verified since there's no recorded evidence, but we do have a recorded kill screen as far back as 1999. The first kill screen we can actually watch back today is by Ben Jose Walbeam from September 1999. This run is actually crazy to me. It's impressive people were accomplishing this stuff so early on, and it's really cool we have a recording from this far back as well. Anyway, that's been the story of Donkey Kong High Score for 40 some odd years. Players could play until level 22, and that was the end of the road. At least on the standard version that everyone competes on. I do want to mention that there's one version of the game that came out in Japan called JP Set 3, which had an interesting bug. If you stood in one precise spot on the bottom of the barrel board, you could jump off the side and fall past the bottom girder. Remember what I said earlier about the bottom and the top of the screen being connected? Yeah, Jumpman falls through the bottom of the screen and wraps around to the top and beats the stage. The game basically just waits for you to get high enough on the screen to determine whether you've reached Pauline or not. And with this glitch, Jumpman ends up plenty high on the screen for the game to consider it beaten. So yeah, on this version, you can make it over here and do this glitch within the time limit of the kill screen and beat it. This only works on one of the 5 different versions of Donkey Kong Arcade though. This version also has a different level order, and it's simply not the version of the game that people compete on. So, let's turn our attention back to the standard version of the game that's used for competition, and focus on what we're all here for, the famous level 22 kill screen of Donkey Kong. Which, for over 40 years, there was absolutely no way, not even a theoretical way, to beat this stage. Recently, however, that story has changed. Fast forward to just a few weeks ago, and that's when a certain Mario speedrunner comes along. Andrew G. Andrew G is a famous Mario speedrunner, but back in the day, was also a Donkey Kong player in his own right. He achieved a kill screen of his own back in 2011. One day a few weeks ago, he started posting about a ladder glitch, wondering if it could be useful to beat the kill screen. Now, this ladder glitch is a well-known trick among the community. Most of the time, it's not super useful, although people do sometimes use it on the pie board while they're waiting for the broken ladders to go up, just to gain a little extra height. You can even do something really weird here, where you break the ladder completely and climb down past the floor.
Oh yeah, this one's for Cosmic, baby. This one's for Cosmic. Careful on these things.
This is another instance of screen wrapping from the bottom to the top to beat the pie board. This can be useful if a lot of fireballs have climbed up to the top and they just won't get out of your way. Anyway, using this trick on the pie board is well known, but something that was a bit less well known is using it on the barrel board. No, you can't climb down through the floor with this glitch on the barrel board, but you can climb up, and up, and up, and up. Why doesn't he stop when you reach the next girder? Why can't you go down through the floor like on pies? How do you even do the ladder glitch in the first place? Here's how it works. To climb ladders in general, you need to hold up or down for 5 frames, but you can also hold one of the directions for 4 frames and then switch directions for the 5th, and he'll still climb. Up isn't a valid direction when you've reached the top of a broken ladder, but down still is. So you can push down for 4 frames, then let go and hold up. That will make him do a little nudge upwards. Rinse and repeat, and you can climb infinitely. The reason he doesn't end up getting off the ladder when you reach the next girder is that he can only get off ladders at valid coordinates. All of the normal ladders are deliberately programmed with valid coordinates to enter and exit the ladder. But the broken ladders, they didn't care if the top of them ended at an invalid coordinate. Actually, this ladder in the top right just so happens to line up with a valid coordinate to dismount the ladder, so he will climb off of that one like normal. But yeah, for the rest of them, Mario isn't at a valid coordinate when he reaches the top, so he just keeps going. This is also the same reason you can go down through the floor on pies, but that one is special. Because this ladder moves, you can do the broken ladder glitch while it's moving and end up at an invalid coordinate. Now when you climb downward, he won't be at a valid coordinate to get off the ladder, so he doesn't. Anyway, back to the kill screen. Andrew G brings up the idea of using this ladder glitch to finish the kill screen in time before you die. This prompts someone in the chat to retrieve a video from 2016, a tool-assisted speedrun by Zelnia, which uses this glitch to complete level 1 quickly. Interesting. But could you actually make it up in time? Well, this is where I come in. Hello, hi, I'm Cosmic. I'm a world-class Super Mario Bros. Player, but I'm just an okay Donkey Kong player. I do have a kill screen of my own, and I think I made the most rapid progress in Donkey Kong history when I got it, but other than that, I'm really nothing special in the Donkey Kong world. But yeah, I see this conversation happening about using the broken ladder to beat the kill screen, and that's when I say, no. No way. The kill screen is way too short. There is no way this makes it up. But just to be sure, I'm gonna go try it for myself. So I booted up Donkey Kong in an emulator and then played an input file of my high score run. This is a way to play back a run you've previously recorded, and it was an easy way to fast forward to the kill screen so I could test it out. Once there, I ran to the ladder, climbed to the top, and then used frame advance so I could do the ladder glitch over and over at perfect speed and see if it was possible to reach the top. I got around halfway up the screen, and I was sure Mario was about to die at any moment. Surely. Any second now. What is happening? As he started getting near the top, my heart rate started picking up. This is insane. There's no way. What? I could not believe it. How has no one tried this before? The potential for this has just been lying dormant this whole time? Okay, I bet the longtime DK players all know about this, and I'm actually just out of the loop. Right? Wrong. This is new. I was now playing a level in this game that no one had ever played before. Can you beat this one too? You do have a short timer on this stage as well, and you need some luck with the fireballs staying out of your way, but you can make it to the top without too much trouble. This is crazy, but let's keep going. We know another barrel board is after Pies, and we should be able to do the ladder glitch to beat this one too. I went to work, making my way up, and I died. Huh, that's weird. But I think I know why. See, the bonus timer on barrel stages actually isn't a timer at all. It's actually Donkey Kong's barrel supply. Each time he throws a barrel, the bonus timer ticks down. Once he runs out of barrels to throw, you have just a few seconds, and then you'll die. Donkey Kong doesn't always roll barrels at the same rate though. Sometimes he'll pause for a little bit in between. I'm assuming that the time I made it up, he must have paused in between barrels, and that gave me some extra time to reach the top. So, I just tried my hand at this stage a few more times, hoping he would take longer to send all the barrels out, and before long, I made it to the top again. Oh. This is it. Go. Go. We made it. This should be the true kill screen. 22-4, springs on level 22. We shouldn't have time to beat this stage. He'll rip off like 4 springs and we should die. Oh, the springs actually take a lot longer to come out than I thought. You can get farther than I expected. Wait, no way you can make this. You can beat it? I did not expect this. Dude, we can go farther. I really thought this stage was going to be impossible to finish. The springboard is kind of like the barrel board, where the timer ticks down once each time a new spring comes out. Normally on level 5 and above, the springs come out very quickly. If this
Over the past few days, the tension surrounding Mizkif and Emiru's situation has escalated again, with Mizkif choosing to speak openly, despite being advised to stay quiet. During a recent stream, Mizkif pointed to something he says stood out to him in hindsight. While he was in Tokyo, Emiru's iPhone had its time zone manually changed to Tokyo time, rather than automatically updating. Mizkif described this as ironic. Mizkif also shares he won't stay silent, despite lawyer advice, as legal action takes a lot of time and makes him look guilty. Claims dirt on everybody will come out soon in the following clip.
Emiru has her extra phone's time zone manually changed to Tokyo time. This was not the case with this phone earlier in January after her Japan trip as seen from the image on the right. Extra Emily came over to Amy's house for her Valentine's stream and caught glimpses of Amy's desk. On her desk, an iPhone can be seen propped up displaying the time in Tokyo, Japan.
Why would you have the Tokyo time up propped up on your computer, manually changed, while I was in Tokyo? Why are you watching where I am in Tokyo while I'm on the other side of the world and left the country? This is from 10 months ago, which means this account was trying to basically state that me and Emmy are dating, and here's proof that we're dating, is that why else would she have the phone propped up, manually changed to Tokyo time, hidden from her Twitch chat, propped up on a monitor, charging, which shows that she wants it constantly to be seen. Why would she have this propped up if she wasn't talking to me? And the schizos say good evidence because they're like, yeah, that's the only logical reason why she would possibly have that propped up. I mean, chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I dated her. I was in her room every single day. This phone was never there. This was not a thing. She didn't have this sitting here. Were you broken up with by then? Yes, we were broken up with. We were broken up with. This is February. This is when I was in Tokyo with Shannon, and she had her phone propped up on the monitor, manually changed to Tokyo time to watch me on the other side of the world.
At the same time,
drop a comment of where you're watching from. Let's get off into this, dude.
Finally happened to me. I got my humbled at work last night. When I'm at work and I'm not dancing on the stage, I like to walk around the club and go mingle with customers.
Wait. We know what you do, baby girl. Got some George Washingtons in my pocket for you. No 5s, no 10s, no 20s. Ones only. And you want to know why? It's because... she's a runner, she's a track star. Let's see what she got to say.
Walk around the club and I'll find somebody and I'll be like, hey, would you like any company? And most of the time, they say yeah. Like, who's going to say no to free company, right?
Baby girl, if a man's at a strip club, he wants company. No, I just came here for the fish and grits special. The tuna on Tuesdays is just fantastic. That's why I'm here.
So anyway, I'm doing my rounds and I approach this guy and I'm like, hey, would you like any company? Now I should add that I asked this at the point when there was a break in the song, so there was no music playing. So I accidentally yelled, hey, would you like some company? Like really loud at him when there's no music playing. And because there was no music, that means that everybody else that was in our vicinity could also hear this interaction. So keep that in mind. So anyway, I yelled at this man, hey, would you like any company? And this man goes, no. No, I have never been rejected so point blank period to my face in front of everybody ever in my life. Like I didn't even know how to respond because usually they're like, yeah, sit down. And so I just sit down and he was just like, no. And so I was like, okay, bye. I just want y'all to know I have not stopped thinking about that all night. Like it's like replaying embarrassing moments in my head over and over again. I think that is my own personal form of hell.
You can see that she... So here's the thing, chat. A couple takeaways, but one of the main takeaways is when you reject a woman, it really eats them up. They cannot stand it. That's why I say so many simps get left at the door because they heed their advances. When a woman comes on to you and you're like, yeah, let's have it. Yeah, going over, you know. Instead be like, nah, I'm good. Push her away. And then she'll want to pull closer to you. So many guys are like, yeah, no, dude, she really loves me. Keep them at an arm's distance. Make them earn it just as much as they want you to earn it, bro. You give it up too quick, it lowers your value.
Up my life 2.5 years ago. After a year of telling my husband that I was not happy and us talking about divorce, or me talking about divorce, I just decided one day that that was that. I was going to leave. Stupid. And I packed a suitcase and I left.
There you go. And now you're making TikToks crying online. Shots fired! Man, how your life has came full circle here.
You that have also done this, I wonder if you have any regrets.
She's regretting it. No regrets, only ragrets. You know? Isn't it always funny that these women go online and they're like, I wonder if anybody else has done this and been as stupid as me. They're always looking for the group sympathy sesh.
Okay, so would you date older women?
How about no? Nah, probably not.
Good question.
I mean, recreational use only, like I would realign your spine, maybe give you another rear end collision, but that's probably it, dude.
I don't really care about like casual dating right now. So if I was to date, it would be like, I would take her seriously and end up marrying her.
That's wonderful.
Because time is money and I don't want to waste time.
She was hoping he'd say that's always a good card to play too as a guy. If you can be like, I'm always really looking, I'm really looking for her. I'm looking for my one. That way every girl that you're dating, you kind of make them feel like something could be in the future. My goal when I was a single guy, I'll tell you guys this, and it's not moral, it's not ethical, but it got results, was to make the women that I almost said fornicating. I mean, it would be true. The women that I was in proxy around, my goal was to get them obsessed with me. Because if I could have your obsession, I could have your mind, you would give me your body. Once again, not moral, not ethical, but it worked. I do things that get results, chat. I don't do things that are like, oh, that's the right way to do it. I do things that work. Chat, this is really random, but have you ever had your identity stolen? Unfortunately, your personal data is probably already out.
I decided to do a dating in Pittsburgh event. I'm a grandma here. Yes. I literally met someone that is only 2 years older than my friend's child. I got it over.
Hey, you can be a gilf. Grannies can get it too.
I'm sick of dating apps. They're annoying. So I decided to try something new. It's amazing people watching, but I'll report back after, but I am way too old for this. Clearly, it was a bust. I was talking to this one girl that was at the table next to us, and I was like, clearly I'm the oldest person here. She's like, oh no, I met someone who was 30. And I was like, well, I'm 40. And she was like, oh.
A 40-year-old grandma tells me you've made some really bad life decisions there.
Gotcha, bitch.
This is why I say this single motherhood is generational. She went and became a single mother more than likely, which is why she ain't got a man. She's at a dating event.
Shots fired!
And then her daughter or son went out there and, probably her daughter, went out there and did the same exact thing. Went out there and had a kid when she was 20.
Oh, and tried to be super polite, but like, it was not the scene for me, but it was great people watching.
Get used to it. You know what the scene should be for you? Having a family. That's what the scene should be. Watching your grandkids play around.
I don't mean to be a brat, but it's like, when is it going to be my time? Like, I am independent and strong. I'd like to think I have it pretty much together. Like, I'd like to say that I am pretty...
Bruh. She looks like if Sid from Ice Age had a little sister.
Shots fired!
Eyes are playing tag, but no one's it.
Beautiful. But one thing about me, your girl can't get a man for her life.
Because you're...
Her life! I'm tired.
I mean, you're kind of beat to schmithers. I mean, baby girl, you look like DJ Qualls from The New Guy.
And I just want to sleep next to my man. I want to read my book next to my man, make my coffee, drink it next to my man, and not go out to the clubs anymore. Like, what the do I have to do to secure...
You need to get a man that's on your level, a.k.a. like a 4 or a 5. Because, baby girl, you're pushing a 5 at best.
The man. Let me know. Stop gatekeeping.
Strong. Gatekeeping, lower your standards.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's what you should do, baby girl.
Delete this, but I'm feeling really scared.
It's okay, baby. It's okay.
I wasn't looking to be alone at 48. I didn't get married to get divorced.
Stupid.
I tried.
I tried so hard, but didn't get really far.
Stupid.
So much.
Staring off into the distance.
You
know what's crazy to me? I ain't seen one tear fall down her face.
Like...
Don't dare start the tears, honey.
Can't imagine being with anyone else. I mean, I can, but...
But you left him. Huh?
It could just be a fantasy, because I'm really good at limerence.
Why do Baby girl, get out of them smut books. Stop reading them buck books. You read the buck books too long, you think that's fantasy. It's not happening. At 48, it's a wrap, brother. At 48 at best, you're Salvation Army. You better be handing that stuff out just trying to get a man to get a whiff of the queff when you walk by.
An over 40-year-old woman to say yes, because, you know, at this point, these 18-year-olds are making fun of me by not asking me for my phone number, but for my email instead.
The ego levels.
That's actually good. Hey, let me get your AARP, baby. What do you got here? That's good.
Thank you for being so friendly.
Hey, does your life alert have a number?
See?
Yes, ma'am.
And for giving me a really good reason to come here today.
Yes, because you look great. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, if I could turn back the cons of time, I tell you, I know my type. You have a great night.
You as well. You as well.
I hope I see you here again.
Oh, you will. I'll be here every day. All righty. You as well. Drive safe.
The clock is ticking.
I mean, good Lord, she's thirsty. She was frothing at the gullet trying to get this man.
Whoever came up with this that your 40s or your new 20s.
Cons of time, I tell you, I know a good reason to come here today.
Yes, because you look great. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, if I could turn back the cons of time, I tell you, I know my type. You have a great night.
You as well. You as well.
I hope I see you here again.
Oh, you will. I'll be here every day. All righty. You as well. Drive safe.
The clock is ticking.
I mean, good Lord, she's thirsty. She was frothing at the gullet trying to get this man.
Whoever came up with this that your 40s or your new 20s. Dead wrong.
Oh, that's for men. It's not for you.
When I was in my 20s, I was engaged, having babies, getting married. I had a house. I had goals. I had a plan for my life. I'm 41. I've been divorced, single for years, can't keep a guy more than 2-3 weeks max. I have more.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
I know what that means. I love it when a woman tells her bop lore. Can we get some bop lores in the chat, please?
More money than sense, drink like a fish, and half the time, I don't even know what day of the week it is.
I think it's time to stop blaming.
Yoink, Scooby. I think it might be time to get up out those streets, you know? It might be time to get up out those streets. Just a guess, though.
I'm at Home Depot again. Part 2 on trying to find a husband. I came on a Sunday afternoon because I was told during the weekdays they're not as active, but I'm assuming because it's Sunday, maybe they'll be out.
Finish her! You gotta be dumber than a bag of dildos to think that dudes are going out to Home Depot looking for women.
Out because they're not working. So let's go see if we can find
She's going to Home Depot like
60% of the time, it works every time.
It doesn't work. It's like a pregnant woman on welfare. It just does not work.
Husband. The club is definitely jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full of chrome. So all my ladies, bring your girl with her friends. Cause
You need to take your mask off if you want to get it jumping.
11:30 and Home Depot is jumping. Okay, I came for roses and a husband and I can't find either of them.
Baby girl, you're walking with a mask on. We don't even know what you look like.
Okay.
She's right about finding.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, if you're gonna go out and look for men outside, take the diaper off your face. Take it off.
Looking for a woman who's strong, independent, but also open to being submissive. Someone who got a great head on their shoulders.
Your name and age, and what's the reason you pop your balloon?
I'm Jingles. I'm 40 plus.
Yoink, Scooby.
You really are a fat bastard. Submissive to nobody.
Not being submissive to nobody?
That's crazy.
What's your take on that, bro? Like,
I mean, honestly, like, you know, with all due respect, that's your choice and everything.
You really are a fat bastard.
Your choice and everything, but I'm not trying to be funny, but there's a reason why you're probably still single.
Because I chose to. I chose to be.
Women don't choose to be single. That's where they get left with all the misfit toys.
Single because I meet people like you who think that people should be a certain way. So I'd rather be single because I can do my own, hold my own, and have my own. So that's what I like. You know what I'm saying? This is something I'm trying new. So don't get that twisted, my love.
So the one thing that I wanted to say, I didn't say you had to be a certain way. I said be open to a certain way. And I said independent.
That's not for you.
Okay. It's the same one that's cut me off while I'm talking. Okay.
Have a blessed.
This whole lineup looks.
Good Lord. Imagine a 40-year-old woman thinking that men should have to deal with that. Brother.
me, but I have tried every single dating app, but yet still not found my prince.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Can we get some bop horse in the chat?
I'm beginning to think I'm the problem.
I am beginning to think you are the problem. You'd be correct, Rebecca.
Congrats.
It's always the eyes, right? The 1,000-yard stare. I call it the 1,000-penis stare. You can just see it.
I was wild. My 20s, I
your 20s is for.
That's
what it's
100%.
for.
I know,
But I
but
think
I
we
had some men who were amazing. I look back now, and I hate to be a person that says I have regrets, because I never want to be that person. But I look back now, and there's a part of me that really wants to be a mother, that really wants to nurture. And I look back at those times, as we all do in hindsight, because hindsight is dangerous.
Yeah.
I look back and I think, that guy, what did I do? Did I stuff that up? Was that the best thing that could have ever happened to me?
You
But
can't
I
think
know,
like that.
I
No,
know.
you
Now
cannot.
look at you. Now you're on a podcast with your girlies drinking cocktails, getting sappy.
Think like that.
Regret hits different when...
Good Lord. Women do hit a certain age where they want to be mothers. You know, Cass and I, you know, we had talked about having kids where we're like, the time's not right, the time's not right. Then we hit our 30s and it's like, the time is right, let's get it going. I mean, we were practicing for years. You can smell what I'm stepping in.
You're saying, oh, you're 53. What are you bringing to the table? Well,
I mean, she does look pretty good for 53. I'll keep it a thou wow.
bring a lot to the table.
Okay, what?
I bring a lot. I bring a great sense of humor. I'm sharp.
Okay.
I'm funny.
All women think that they're funny. So the question is like, okay, I get it. You bring a good sense of humor to the relationship. Obviously, other women will be bringing a good sense of humor to the relationship as well. I'm asking what you specifically are going to be bringing that other women in your age bracket aren't going to be bringing.
I just said it. Did I not just say it? I am funny. I am successful.
Yeah, but men don't
I'm
care
pretty.
about success. They don't care about how successful a woman is. They care about how pretty she is.
I'm pretty.
What's so funny to me is this woman is 53 years old and doesn't realize that she's the problem. I tell you guys all the time, dude. The common denominator in your life and all your problems is you. You're the common denominator. So if you're alone at 53 as a woman, you got to start realizing that the problem that you should really be staring down, newsflash, it's in the mirror. You should be looking in the mirror and saying, what am I doing wrong? I'm the common denominator here in all my failed relationships. Maybe I'm the problem. But the problem is most of these women never see themselves as the problem. Women don't self-identify as a few things, and one of those is as the problem. The other one is as broke. Women do not identify as broke. They will call a man broke every day from here to Sunday. They will call you broke for a month of Sundays. But they will never self-identify as broke. This woman is clearly the problem. Failed relationship, 53, almost 60 years on this planet, and still can't take enough accountability. This is why I say women grow old, they never grow up.
Gotcha, bitch. I'm pretty. I'm pretty. Have you looked at me? I'm very pretty.
I mean,
and
I'll keep it. She does look good for 53. I'll be honest, like, she has aged well. But the problem is, as soon as I hear out of her gullet, I'm 53, I'm already like, I'm out, bro. I'm like, whoa, they do. Recreational use only.
Smart, and I'm very sweet.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's clearly...
It's just funny to me that all these women, the traits that they say they have is a trait that every other woman has. It's
Think
nothing
that
unique.
As a woman ages, dating becomes easier or harder for her?
Harder. Harder but easier because we know what we like versus what we don't like.
No. It gets harder because now your standards are higher. It breaks down into two things. Do-better syndrome and the Frankenstein curse. Do-better syndrome is a woman that thinks she can always do better than the last guy, right? The Frankenstein curse is when she thinks that she can take the best attributes from the man she was just with, and then the next guy will have his best attributes, the past guy's best attributes, but then he'll add more. So like, well, Michael had nice hair. Okay, well, Jason has to have nice hair and good pee-pee. Well, Mark has to have good pee-pee, nice hair, and a lot of money. Well, Mike has to have good pee-pee, good hair, a lot of money, and a nice house. That's the Frankenstein curse. They want to, like, tack it on. It's, like, cumulative. They want it to build upon itself, and it doesn't work like that.
You have even higher standards as you age.
Absolutely.
But you are also going for...
But it should be the complete opposite. Absolutely have higher standards. You should lower those suckers to the floor.
The top tier guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you think that those top tier guys are going for women in your age category or younger women? How about new?
Not going for y'all. Newsflash, you are invisible to those men. This woman built like a linebacker.
Shots fired!
Looks like she's been holding her breath for 3 weeks.
Ooh. That's a tough one.
You're mid at best.
It depends how old they are, but I feel like men go through a stage where they date younger and they realize that was a terrible decision because it's
No. You're just trying to gaslight men into thinking that their preferences are bad. Men date younger women. That's what it is.
like I wouldn't want to date my younger self. But like me now,
The reason being women do this is because they want to shame men for their preferences, but they get congratulated from the rooftops for wanting an older guy. Women admittedly say I want older dudes all the time. They do. So don't shame men for what they want.
I think
But and it also goes back to women see themselves as younger women, like older women see themselves as younger women, and older men see themselves in younger men. So that's why older men typically want to help out the youngsters, where women see younger women as competition.
I'm a pretty stand-up individual.
So why do you think that as a woman ages, dating becomes harder?
I'm gonna keep it a bug. It looks like she does a lot of sitting down. Shots fired! Maybe not standing up. Or
We get pickier and we realize our worth and how much we have to put up with and what birthing a child actually is when we hear about all of our friends that have children. It's a lot of work, and it's just like, I think we also find ourselves. Like once you find yourself and you really become
finding yourself, huh? Who helped you? Mark, Mike, Jason, Chris? Who helped you find yourself? Donde está yourself?
comfortable with just being by yourself and being, I'm an independent woman, then it doesn't matter.
The older they get,
I'm an independent woman, but I'm also extremely desperate to find a man. Like, brother, come on.
Is dating in your 50s really that bad? I just got off the phone with my friend and she's like, I'm done. I stopped dating 3 years ago. You didn't get the memo? Like, no. I'm done. I'm better off alone. I have my job. I'm financially secure. I have my house. My only child is an adult.
There you go.
And I'm healthy. I don't need problems in my life. And she's like, everyone's story is different, but dating out here for women my age, you find men that are older by 10, 12, 13 years. They're in their late 60s, maybe early 70s, and they're looking for a nurse. They're ready to
Yeah, I would be too, bro. I'm about to be crapping my pants.
settle down at that age. You know, and if you find...
And the thing is, she's laughing at these men. You're also ready to settle down at that age.
Gotcha, bitch! A man that's 55, semi-good looking, has a good job, is financially secure. He doesn't want your... He wants a young one. 22, 23. And I'm like, no, not that young. She's like, Jasmine, Bill Belichick is 74. His girlfriend's 24.
Why would a man go out there and work so hard, make all this money, be hyper successful, to get an old, pre-bucked woman? Why wouldn't you want to get a woman who's in her 20s that can get on your page? Just how they cannot fathom this, I don't understand.
That's how it is.
Instead of just...
Tale as old as time. It's just what, that's what it is. That's what men do. Men go out there and compete. Like Bill Belichick got baggies. But you're telling me he's supposed to go settle for a 50-something-year-old woman? Bro, if he can go out there and get a 24-year-old, he's going to blow her back out instead.
I'm 40 years old, and I've never had a boyfriend, never been in a serious relationship, and I've never been on a proper date. And here's why I think about it.
You're cooked, honey. It's a wrap for you. Just buy some cats. Maybe get a little bunny, start a little petting zoo.
Yes, I like men. Yes, I'm heterosexual. Yes, I would like to potentially be in a relationship with somebody, but I only really date within my religion, and so this is obviously kind of a step up in the situation. Number two,
I don't think so.
I am very, very successful, and I have been very successful in my life, very hardworking, and a lot of the men in my religion are just not as successful and hardworking as...
There it is. I knew it was something. I didn't know if it was the neck.
Big back.
It's always the money, huh, chat? I want a guy that makes just as much as me or more.
me, so they feel intimidated.
And and women always think men are intimidated by your money. Not really. It's this mindset that makes you annoying. That's what it is.
Number 3, I believe also I've had just a situation with my health, and I have a weight issue at the moment, but...
I mean...
You really are a fat bastard!
Of course, like, that shouldn't be the...
But it is. You know what men care about? 2 things. What's on that scale and what's in the mirror. Shabbatanaya, Shadabatahan, to put it on it. We got a lot of men that watch chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Men care about what's in that mirror and what's on that scale.
What am I missing to where, like...
You just admitted it. You're a big back. Lose some weight. And then stop holding your job over. And I'm hyper successful. Stop holding that over on men. Lose some weight, and then stop holding your job over. And I'm hyper successful. Stop holding that over on men.
The people don't see the inside, like the quality parts of me. That's kind of where...
What do you mean by insides, huh?
Like, as a Christian, isn't that the most important part of humanity? Is the inner man, not like what you look like? I don't know.
You must not understand men, honey, because men care about what you look like. We want to know what you look like, and we want it to be good. We do not want it to be bad. Maybe one day she'll learn.
If you're between the ages of like 35 to like, I don't know, 40s, in your 40s.
Okay, that's me.
And you're single, stop scrolling.
No, not me. Okay.
Is it just me, or is every man in their, I don't know, 40s that you're trying to date traumatized?
Baby girl, you have hand tattoos. I can almost biggity bet you are traumatized as well.
I'm not out here trying to fix nobody. I already fixed myself. I feel like every guy that I've met or that I'm trying to date or that it's trying to, I don't know, get to know, has somehow been traumatized. Traumatized from...
Baby girl, you're in your 40s. These men are in their 40s. You've lived a lot of life at that point. If you have had no trauma or been through nothing, that is more of a red flag to me.
They're divorced, traumatized from their mommy issues, traumatized from I don't know what. But like, where are the good guys? Where are the guys that are like healed and normal and...
Married. Already taken. Not looking for used up women with hand tats.
Not bald.
It's because men who've recovered...
Yeah, bro, the men that have done the work and done all this are already in relationships, dummy.
Thank you.
Now, you turned 40 recently.
I did.
Have you figured life all out?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, no, not really. I'm only halfway. But yeah, I turned 40 last year. I bought a house. Also went through a really big breakup, which was super exciting. Yeah, well, yeah.
So does that mean you're back on the dating scene?
I am.
Oh, how's it going?
It's interesting out there. Yeah, it is. It's been a long time since I online dated.
Okay,
like I haven't been on.
Been a long time, lonely time.
Yeah. Last time was like 2015 OG Tinder. You know, it's so easy. Just had to upload a few photos of yourself, like me fun, me active, me normal, Tricia. And then you'd have a little cute bio of yourself. And my bio used to be, doesn't chase waterfalls, sticks to the rivers and the lakes that she's used to.
Oh, very good.
R&B song from early 2000s. You're all about it.
That's true, but now it's completely changed. Like you have to upload so much information about yourself. It's like star signs, are you into kids, do you want kids, like your university education. People put up their values, which looks like just a list of demands, to be honest. Yeah. And to be honest, all I'm seeing, fellas, are reasons to dislike you.
She's single for a reason, and I think we can all...
Good Lord. Who's gonna tell her? Oh, I've been meaning to react to this clip, chat.
Man telling me, oh, wait, you know you hardcore. Yes, I am. Can you handle it? Oh, well, what you bringing to the table? I am the table. You really are a fat bastard. I don't understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful.
You're beat.
I'm rich. I can fight.
Maybe try looking and acting like.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you look like a man.
Gotcha, bitch.
And you're aggressive and you're masculine. That's why no guy wants you.
I've been divorced for 3 years, and in that 3 years, I have spent most of my days figuring out how I can become physically, mentally, financially, spiritually healthy enough to be able to afford and take care of a child. And it just kills me. It kills me that I had embryos with my ex-husband that were viable. It's not just that it's gone, it's the fact that it was decided for me.
And it's gone. That South Park episode. And it's gone. That's what happens.
Are all the hot people. I was told that there would be all these attractive singles, and as far as I can tell, I'm the best looking person here.
This is the problem. The hoflation is getting out of control. It's getting out of control. These women that are mid-old thinking that they should be getting the dime piece dudes. It's not like it doesn't happen that way.
I have deleted all of my dating apps. Dating sites, Hinge, Bumble, it's all gone. And now I'm at a loss because where the f are we meeting men? Like, there's no quality men on any dating apps.
I love it.
I don't go outside, so that's out of the question. The only other place to meet them is at the gym, and I go into the ladies only section in the gym, so yeah.
See, men don't understand this because men, we don't really complain about things we're not willing to change. Let's get. Should I get him a treat? Should I? He's been good. Oops, sorry, chat. Look at the oh my God, look how unprofessional your boy is. Let's point this down a little bit. Oh my God, this camera is all janky. Okay, there we go. Let's see what we got. All right. Would you like a jerky, mate? Would you like a jerky? Yeah. All right, let's do a big piece. Yeah, let's do a big piece. Are you licking your lips? He's tired. It's early today, chat. Loki free. Sit. Shake. Wait. Free. Go to your place. But yeah, as a man, we know that if we're willing to complain about things, we better be willing to change it as well. And these women will complain, but not change anything. There's a quote I've been living by recently, and it goes, what you're not changing, you're choosing. So if you're going to sit there and complain about things and accept certain things and not change it, then you're choosing that. It's as simple as that.
I'm just having a little laugh. Am I a weirdo? Can please somebody tell me? So I'm a 49-year-old woman and I've never been married. I don't have kids and I'm not in a relationship.
Get a cat.
And when I meet a lot of new people, this is how it goes. So, are you married? No. Do you have kids? No. Are you in a relationship? No. And then I can see their mind ticking 100 miles an hour and they're thinking, what is wrong with this girl?
Exactly.
And then
for the first time in a while,
that conditioning mindset, because I haven't ticked off the normal boxes of society, especially in my generation, which was the norm, right? Was to be married and have kids and especially be in a relationship. And I'm not doing any of those things. And it just makes me giggle, the reaction that I get every time.
Unfortunately, that clock's been...
Baby girl, that's just, that's the prerequisites to being a normal human. You're telling me you're 49 years old, you've never been married, you've never been in a relationship, you have no kids. Newsflash, something's wrong with you.
Gotcha, bitch.
I don't know what else to tell you. These women that have never had a serious relationship, they've never, been with a guy for longer than 6 months, when do these women wake up and realize, you know what? I might be the problem. I just feel like there's a problem with... Loki, you have to chew it first. Please chew it. Oh my God. Gonna make me give doggy. Heimlich maneuver back there. You have to chew the jerky, bro. Oh, man. I just want a gentleman.
I went on a date and it's like, it was good. And then yet, like, I'm just tired of, like, I don't know. The bill came. The bill didn't come. He asked for the bill. And in French, he said 2 bills. And then so they came. And I was like, if someone says, I want to take you out, then I want to be taken out, which means to me to pay and whatever. So we did that. I paid and it's fine. And then after I was honest and I just said it, like, I don't know. Cause I said like, yeah, I thought you were going to take me out. And like, to me, that means
baby girl, I took you out. I didn't say I was going to pay. You know what I'm saying? I said I wanted to take you out. I didn't say I wanted to pay.
just pay. And then suddenly his English wasn't so good anymore. When he was like, I don't understand what you mean. I was honest and like, whatever. What else do I have to do?
No hablo inglés.
Because there's a way that I want to be treated, and like, I might as well just.
She got that Edna Mode cut talking about, I want a gentleman. I want a woman with long hair. You know what I mean? People in hell want ice water. You know, it's just, it is what it is. Lokes, did you have a good time? Are you just going to lick your paws because you got a little bit of chicken on there? Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace.
Do you want free League of Legends skins? Well, that can be all yours in exchange for 1 vial of your blood. Huh? In 2018, a blood donation company teamed up with Riot Games to build interest in gamers donating blood. And during this partnership, they had an event outside of the EU LCS finals where you could donate blood in exchange for the Blood Moon Thresh skin. Now, how much blood would I need to donate for the $500 Ari skin? Do you want free League of Legends skins? Well, that
You see this fucking play? You are fucking shit. You are silver, just like me. Same shit, different toilets, pussy. You see this fucking play? You are fucking shit. You are silver, just like me. Same shit, different toilets, pussy. You see this fucking play? You are fucking shit. You
Playing this champ, I feel like it's going to be a good season.
change going into season 16 that I think is going to make it a really good year is the fact that now queue times are substantially lowered. All right. So big quality of life change. But now to talk about the actual quests that are going on. There's a new role quest system that got introduced. But the problem is that a lot of people don't actually understand which lanes are going to be good because of it. TLDR, this is what's going to be happening, okay? Top lane is going to be getting more XP. They're going to be getting more XP, and they're going to be having an unlimited level cap, and they're getting a teleport every 5 minutes. Jungle is going to be getting more gold and XP. Then they're also having a reduced amount of pet counters to finish the quest. They're getting more damage on Smite, right? Gust Walker movement speed is getting a bit nerfed. And they're also making it so that you gain movement speed doubled out of combat when you're in the jungle. Mid laners are getting tier 2 boots completion, so they're getting like free tier 3 boots because Riot's actually removing tier 3 boots from the game. And they're also getting an empowered recall that's reduced by 1 minute starting at 5 minutes for every kill that they get, or like kill participation, right? Then for ADC, they're getting a 7th item slot, and they're also getting more gold for every minion kill. And then support is going to be pretty much the same thing. So the reason why I said people don't understand which lanes are going to be strong because of this is because people aren't considering how games actually function. Every game of League of Legends can be separated into 3 different categories. You have early game, you have mid game, and then you have late game, right? Every single one of these games can be separated into this. When you look at what most people are saying, they're saying that ADC and top lane are getting the strongest role quests because ADCs are getting a 7th item slot and top laners are getting level 20, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's also not great, and I'll explain why. Because the thing is that when you look at what every single role gets, you start to realize that every single role gets activated around the mid game. Because around like 12 to 14 minutes is going to be when you complete your quest, okay? Now, the thing is that top lane getting bonus XP and ADC getting bonus gold doesn't really matter that much until you actually get to the late game. The 2 quests I think are actually going to be the most broken are going to be mid and jungle. And the reason why is because movement speed is the most broken stat in the game. And the fact that junglers are now getting 4 to 8% movement speed is actually insanity. Like, that is crazy. It's going to mean that you won't be able to run away from junglers, just like a lot of the times you won't be able to catch up to them, right? Because they're just going to have that movement speed bonus against you once their thing is more active. And then it's also going to make it so that rotations are easier. You're also getting more gold and XP, right? So you're becoming like all-rounded as well. And on top of it, your quest gets activated earlier because they're reducing the amount of treats you need to actually upgrade your smite. And your smite is going to be doing more damage as well. So for junglers, the role quest is actually pretty strong and pretty broken, right? And for mid laners, empowered recalls are insanely strong. I mean, there's no discounting that. There's a reason why Baron is as broken as it is. And on top of it, free tier 3 boots the second you have your role quest completed is also insane too, right? So the thing is that jungle and mid are essentially going to be getting like buffed in the mid game compared to like ADC and top lane. But then late game, ADC and top lane will have the best role quest, but it's not going to make them stronger than jungle and mid because not every game goes to late game. Do you guys follow? Now, another thing I wanted to talk about as well, specifically in regards to role quests, is the fact that role quests only have progression that happens towards it while you are actually in your lane. So this is an indirect, insane buff for junglers because jungles are always in their lane because all you have to do is farm camps and you make progression. Now, supports are going to have to be in their lane, which means that you're going to see less support roaming. Top laners are also going to have to be in their lane, which means you're also going to see less cross-map TP. from top laners, and on top of it, mid laners are going to have to be in their lane as well, so you're probably going to see less roaming from mid laners as well. So what this means is that every single role is going to be super incentivized to stay in lane and not deviate from lane for the first like 15 minutes of the game, apart from junglers. So what does this mean so far? It means that it's looking like 2026 is Year of the Jungle, because junglers have one of the top 2 quests, and on top of it, they're also the people that get punished the least for making plays around the map, because they're always making progression towards their quests. All the people that have been doom posting about jungle, all the people that have been talking about how jungle's like bad, how jungle is like, how jungle is getting gutted and all that stuff, it's all completely wrong. So don't listen to anything that anybody that is like fear-mongering has to say, because the truth is that jungle's gonna be insanely good. Now on to the next changes. So they removed feats of strength from the game. They made it so that first blood gives more gold again. First turret gives more gold. Atacon is removed. Blood roses are removed, right? And then whatever this means. I don't know what it means. Don't ask me, okay? So, removed, right? And then whatever this means. I don't know what it means. Don't ask me, okay? So, what does this mean? It means that the game is actually going to be able to be traded once again. So the problem with Atacon is that Atacon was such a broken objective that because of Atacon's existence, you always had to contest it or else you lose the game. I think Atacon had something like an 85% win rate. Now, the issues that this caused is it made it so that, let's say a team decides to start Atacon, most of the time, let's say if a team starts Dragon or Grubs or they go for a turret, you can trade the other side of the map and it doesn't matter. But because Atacon is at an almost identical power level compared to Baron, it made it so that trading Atacon was impossible because you're just going to lose the game if you do, which meant that you always had to contest it even at a disadvantage, which sucked because it was relatively easy to kill. So what this means is that Atacon being removed from the game is going to have a lot of effects. The first one is going to be that you can actually trade the map once again, right? You can always trade the map at every single point, which is again a super good buff for junglers because it doesn't force you to fight on the opponent's terms, and you can always find angles into the game that aren't just about contesting objectives, right? It also means that this whole like XP and gold power creep that we've been seeing, or XP and adaptive force power creep that we were seeing especially with the blood roses, is yoinked out of the game. Now it's replaced with the role quests, right? But the end result is going to be that power levels are going to remain around the same because like gold quest versus like Atacon blood roses, it's about equal in terms of power from what I assume, at least up until like the 25-30 minute mark, right? Now, the other big change that's coming from this, okay, that you guys have to understand is that Baron now spawns 5 minutes earlier. The problem with League of Legends right now is that League is in a state, and it has been in a state for the last 2 years, where you'd have a team that would get like 3 dragons and then they get Atacon, and then you're just infinitely stronger than the enemy, but because Baron isn't spawned, you can't do anything. So you're just twiddling your thumbs, waiting for Soul to spawn, then you get Soul, and then you get Baron, and then you end the game, right? And every single game played out like this. Now, because Atacon is no longer in the game and Baron is spawning at 20 minutes again, it's going to mean that games can be won even if you have a dragon disadvantage. Because let's say one team has 2 or 3 drags, but you manage to get one clean fight and then you get Baron, you are now in a position where you can pressure the enemy team and maybe end the game in one good push. So comeback mechanics are going to be way better. And then also closing out the game mechanics are going to be better too. Because if you're infinitely stronger than the enemy, then you can just take Baron and end the game without always having to have every game go to Soul, right? So it kind of devalues a little bit the value of dragons because not every game will go to Soul anymore. And it also makes it so that comebacks are more possible, but also closing out games is in a better state too. So all in all, very, very, very good that Atacon is removed. Now, feats of strength getting removed is also a super good thing because it means that we're removing a lot of power creep in the game. Nobody liked the fact that you could play against a Jace jungle that would get Yumu's opportunity with Armored Advance, and he has the same effective tankiness as a literal fucking Scion. Nobody liked that. So now the good news is the feats of strength getting removed from the game removes a ton of power that you're able to just get for free from your boots, as well as the bonus movement speed that you'd be getting from upgrading them as well. So it just makes the game feel a lot less power creepy. So all of these like weird things that we've had to learn over the last 2 years, where it's like there was this insane amount of power creep and cringe and just like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that because then the enemy becomes way too strong. It's all gone. Because the promise that Riot was giving everyone permanent stats for free. Atacon, permanent stats. Blood Roses, permanent stats. Feats of Strength, permanent stats. Tier 3 boots, permanent stats. And the issue is that it made it so that people were just being way too strong from this base level that every game just felt like shit. But now, since all of that is getting pulled back massively, it's going to make it so that once again, the game actually feels somewhat balanced, even if you are behind. And even if you need to find ways to come back, which is super, super, super good. So now let's keep reading. These are some pretty big changes. These are like huge changes, actually. So right now, what is the problem with dragons? The problem with dragons is that nobody gives a fuck about them. The only thing that dragons are worth is they're worth getting soul for, right? You get a dragon, you get 2 drags, 3 drags, and now you get 4 in your soul. Now, the problem with Dragon Soul is that Dragon Soul has a 70% win rate, and it's had like a 70+% win rate since it's been introduced into the game. But the issue is they're still extremely easy to kill. And this was a very, very, very bad thing. It made it so that obviously junglers had more carry potential to a certain degree earlier, but with changes that they made to make dragons like tankier, they didn't make dragons tanky enough. So the dragons didn't feel like this actual crazy objective in the same way that Baron does, for example, even though the buff that Dragon Soul would give would be arguably better. Now what Riot did, that was one of the biggest changes this season that nobody's talking about, is they made it so that there's this new Dragon Vengeance mechanic, and dragons are infinitely tankier. So I want you guys to look at the stats, okay? Dragons are going from 5,000 to 14,000 health, and they're going to 5,100 to 10,000 health. Now, while this may not seem like a buff, this is the real one. The armor is getting changed from a flat 21 to 66 to 170. That's crazy. The magic resist is going from 30 to 48 to 100. Mountain Drags are now also getting 15% HP, and there's a new Dragon Vengeance mechanic that makes it so that dragons take reduced damage from teams that already have existing dragons. So what this means is that, let's say my team has 2 dragons, okay? We are now doing 30% less damage to the dragon. At 3 dragons, you're doing 45% less damage. So it means that dragons will literally take an entire team as long to kill as, for example, Baron, which is unreal because it's going to give you time to actually contest things on the map. It's going to give you time to like trade 2 or 3 turrets if a team wants to do dragon. It's just going to make it so that the entire game is flipped on its head. It's not anymore going to be this thing of like, oh, a dragon spawned, we're going to let jungle slave go do it, because now if the entire team doesn't go to it, then it's impossible to take. And it's also going to make it so that dragons cannot just be this afterthought where, oh, we won a team fight, let's go do the turret and then we'll do the dragon, because if you do that, then you'll never be able to get the dragon and you're gonna get wiped. So tempo's going to be a lot more important, trading the map becomes a lot more important, and contesting objectives becomes a lot more important. Because the real problem with Season 15 is the fact that every single game was decided around objectives, but it never actually felt like you were team fighting for the objectives. And all of you can agree with this, right? It would be like the enemy's doing Atacon, you run in as the jungler, and then you see your top laner's fucking like in the corner off while he watches his mother get by his dad, right? And then he's not contesting, and then you just sit there for 20 seconds twiddling your thumbs while they take Atacon, game's over. Oh, you want to take Soul? Well, your ADC wanted to get the red buff, so now he's going to come to Dragon 10 seconds late, and it's already dead by the time he gets there. So what's happening is that League is actually going to be in a state where the objectives are able to be contested the way they were always meant to be contested. So even though we're going to less of an objective meta because they're removing objectives from the game with Atacon and all that stuff, the objectives that are currently existing, right, that just insta-win you the game, like Dragon Soul, for example, are going to actually be able to always be contested, which will allow for way more skill expression in the game and allow for games to just feel way better. So then they're also making it so that you're going to be getting more local XP and kill gold for the dragon, which honestly doesn't really matter. Now, Elder Dragon is going to be, from what I see, a little bit tankier as well, but it's not going to be at the crazy level of like tankiness change that regular dragons were at. In fact, the way that Elder Dragon is in terms of tankiness, imagine that to a slightly lesser degree, and that's going to be like what the Dragon Soul is, okay? So Elder Dragon not getting changed too much, it's going to have more health, but like the armor stat lines and everything like that are actually getting nerfed a little bit. So Elder Dragon, a little bit easier to kill. Dragons in general, way harder to kill. So now, Void Grubs, this is another huge one. Void Grubs are going from 0 armor to 34 plus 8 growth. So this means that, again, Void Grubs will not just be the little objective that you go up to them, la-di-da-di-da, hit them for like 30 seconds and they're gone. They're going to be an actual objective that you will need your team for. Because if you don't have your team, then it's going to take you a while to kill them. So Void Grubs are actually going to be getting tanky, but the AD is also going down too. So it's like the grubs aren't going to threaten to kill you, but they're just going to take so long to take that you're going to want your team with you. Does that make sense? And now finally Rift Herald. Rift Herald armor is getting upped. Magic resist also getting upped. The health is coming down a little bit. And it also deals 50% more damage to non-champions, which is like going to be everything. So, for example, Ivern won't just be able to tank everything with Daisy anymore, thank God. They're reducing the XP value of it, increasing the XP radius. And then they're also making it so that you get 200 to 600 gold based on nearby champs, which is actually like pretty big. They're also upping the amount of damage that it does, right? Because it's not 2500, it's like 3k too. And then afterwards, they're buffing it a little bit, right? And then Atacon's removed. So then with Baron, what they're doing, they're increasing its armor growth. They're making it so that the health is going to be also a bit higher too. It's going to be about the same, but a little bit higher. And they're making it, the biggest change that they're making for the Baron is the fact that the Baron is going to have an insane amount of more damage. Now, the reason why is because the Baron damage goes up to about 500 AD. And the issue is that currently, the way that it works is that, for example, Acid Pool does 200 plus 10% of total AD. So at 500 AD, it's doing 250 damage. Now with the new patch, it's doing 100% total AD, which is now 500. So Baron damage is going up a little bit, right, when it spawns, but it's also going up massively as the game goes on. So Baron will now be another huge objective where it's like, if you start it, you better make sure that you can kill it, because if you don't, you will get wiped. So you see that literally all of the damage is like 140% total AD. 100% total AD. Like, they're making it so that all the damage overall is going up way higher. They also decided to remove global red and blue buffs, which in my opinion is a good thing, because let's be honest, it was kind of bullshit that you just get a team-wide red and blue buff. And they're also making it so that red buff is nerfed. Currently, red buff regen is 3% at level 6, but now you're only going to have 3% at level 11. The melee slow is also, like, they're essentially making it so that late game red buff is as strong, but like a level 6 red buff is not as strong. So they're making it so like the early game red buff isn't as good, but late game it's kind of like
Photographing something you want to show everyone, males and females. Yeah, I love to see that. I've seen plenty of those so far. Photographing something you want to show everyone.
Changed. Apart from the red buff burn, because that's like doing less damage, right? So we don't have to read all of these like little changes here. The only big ones that you're going to have to know are going to be the fact that junglers obviously get more smite damage, and junglers also take 50% damage from non-epic monsters, right? So what this essentially means is that laners walking up to your camps and randomly deciding to do camps, it's going to take them longer, right? And they're also going to lose more health from it, but junglers are going to have that relatively unchanged after the first few minutes of the game. They're also making it so that now you restore 15 energy on large monster kill. So champions like, let's say, Zed Jungle, other champions like Shen Jungle, for example, right? Like any champs that are energy users, they're getting a little bit of a buff from this too. Junglers are also going to be better at killing epic monsters, since they contribute more DPS, but it's like junglers won't be able to really solo anything anymore. So there's a bit of a trade-off. Now, Phaelites are the vision thing. We don't really need to talk about it. We'll see how it feels. So now, Home Guard. So, Home Guard no longer has a duration and is now removed after reaching the endpoint, entering combat, or entering the jungle. So, the thing about it is that when it comes to pathing as a jungler especially, what you're going to want to do is if your like entire jungle is up, for example, you will not just want to run directly into the jungle anymore, because if you run directly into the jungle through the little gates that you have in your base, then the problem is that you're losing a lot of home guard value. So if your outer turret is up, you will always want to run through lane. That way you can instantly start on the Gromp or the Krug, and you're going to be able to take them faster. Now that's something that most people already do, but it's just to say that if you don't already do it, that is stronger. Okay, so pathing through lane rather than pathing through jungle. Now they also made these things called crystalline overgrowth, which again contributes to the whole idea of trading objectives. Because currently, it's like if someone is fighting Atacon, you need to fight Atacon as well, or else you lose the game. But now how it's going to work is that let's say the enemy is doing dragon and it's their third dragon that they're going to be getting, then you can actually use the different mechanics that Riot's going to be putting in the game, especially with this crystalline overgrowth thing, so that you can like split push a lot more effectively and efficiently and be able to get a lot more value and a lot more gold and a lot more experience and all that kind of stuff just by splitting rather than always fighting. So actually trading the map and knowing how to like maximize the amount of resources you can get on the map and on the board is going to be extremely important, especially for junglers. Because what crystalline overgrowth is it's essentially that when turrets aren't being hit, they build up these like spikes that then when you hit them, it does true damage. Crystalline overgrowth really only starts getting crazy once you actually like don't hit the turret. It's going to make it so that if you're a laner and you manage to like, let's say your laner TPs to a cross map objective, or you manage to get a split push, or you manage to get like a crazy solo kill, whatever it is, then now you're going to have more mechanics and more ways to get more gold and come back into the game. So again, more comeback mechanics. So this is all very good for the game. So then they're also nerfing Demolish a little bit too as a result, since there's going to be that Demolish, which is good. And what they're also doing is they're making it so that the game starts earlier. Now, this is extremely huge. Because one of the problems with League of Legends that there has been for the last few years, and I'm sure all of you would agree if you actually sat there and you actually like were being honest, is that the real problem with League is that you play a game and you get a tilting loss. Your game ends, you queue up. You're in queue for 7 minutes, there's a dodge. Okay. You're in queue, another 2 minutes, another game, last second dodge again. Then you get into a new game, the game goes through, and now you need to wait like a minute and a half for the game to actually start. So you go, you take a piss, you don't care, whatever. Right? And the issue is that when you're actually playing League of Legends, it just always feels like League of Legends is the thing on standby, right? Like you're gonna get up, oh, you're in queue or you're in champ select, oh, I'll get something to eat, I'll go take a shit, I'll take a piss, I'll fucking go down, I'll scream at my mom and start because she didn't bring me my fucking nuggies, you know, like you're gonna sit there and all of these things are gonna be happening and it takes you out of the game. But now, since they're making it so that early game, the game actually starts faster, champ select is faster, and queue times are lower, it's going to make you feel like when you're playing League, it's like, oh, fuck. You know, like, you're just playing, you're playing, and then it's like you're out of game for, let's say, 5 minutes max, into a new game instantly, right? And it's going to allow you to feel like a lot more immersed, and also a lot better about grinding the game, because you won't have these periods of long downtime where you just sit in your tilt, so to speak. And the good thing about it too is it also makes it so that all of these cringe early game things that happen, right, that make you lose games will not happen anymore. Now, I don't want to sit there, right, and I don't want to hear a single person tell me, but Dantes, it removes so much strategy from level 1. Shut your fucking mouth. There is absolutely no strategy that exists in somebody just sitting there and deciding, you know what, guys, I'm just going to go and I'm going to run through top lane bushes, and then if I find the enemy Darius there, then we get a free kill, and now I just win my lane for free. And then, like, it's just... Or like everyone deciding, yo, we're gonna camp in the enemy jungler's red buff bush for literally like a minute, and if he walks in, then we just win the game. There is no strategy with that. It is uncounterplayable bullshit that nobody likes, nobody enjoys, and just makes you feel pissed off, because then it feels like now you have to play a 20-minute game where from minute 1 bullshit happened and now you can't do shit. And the only people saying that it's a bad change are cringe freaks. That's the bottom line. But what about pro play? Shut the fuck up, dude. Literally, just shut up. Pro players get a bunch of shit every year, right? I'm glad that nowadays that this is actually a change that's geared towards solo queue and making the solo queue experience better. Fuck pro play. Seriously, that's my take. So very, very, very good change. So now, what they're also doing is they're making it so that every single turret is going to have turret plates. Essentially, the way League is gearing towards is it's going to be a thing where you really can choose one play to make, and once you do that one play, it's like your tempo's reset. So this is why tempo is going to be super important in the coming season, because it won't be anymore like I'm York, I get a kill, I get 3 turrets, I fucking solo Rift Herald, I go mid lane with my flash the random pregnant lady at the park, and then I reset with fucking 10k gold in the bank and I pay for bail. Right? That's not how it works anymore. How it's going to work is it's going to be like, okay, if we take one turret, we have time for only that turret and that's it, right? Then I need to reset. If we decide to, let's say, get a team fight, we can only take dragon, that's it, right? So tempo, super, 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 super huge and important. So I'm making a bunch of changes to like turrets and all that kind of stuff. And now what they're also doing is they're making it so that minion waves are also spawning faster. So what this means is that, again, games are going to feel higher tempo. It won't be anymore a thing of like you need to wait to 35 minutes to be full build. Maybe nowadays at 32 minutes you're going to be full build, right? And there's also going to be a lot more tempo on Baron plays. There's also going to be a lot more opportunities for proxying, right? Like a lot of things are going to be changing in very positive manners with just making the games feel faster so that you don't have to go through the boring parts. Because one of the problems right now with League of Legends is that there's a lot of dead time in every game. Where it's like, alright, I get back to lane, and then me and the enemy top laner are just like chilling. Oh, fuck, the jungler's here! And then you're running away, and then you're chilling. Oh, going for a trade, boop, and then you're chilling. Like, it's not going to be any more of that. It's really going to be a thing of, like, constant fighting, constant, like, battling, trading, resetting, getting back to lane. Like, you're going to feel like the games are just a lot higher tempo, and there isn't any of this cringe dead time that's just really boring and really unfun to play with. So it's going to be very, very, very good. So all of these, like, balance changes are pretty much completely reworking crit, blah, 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 blah. So nerfs. So it's all just like crit. Like they're essentially just like revamping how every champ works with crit because of the crit changes that are happening. And then now what they're also doing. So this is another huge change. Another huge change that you guys are going to have to listen to me about, okay? In the past, one of the reasons why Omnivamp felt very underwhelming on champions like Hecarim is because the way that Omnivamp used to work was it worked in a way where you would have 33% effectiveness for AoE abilities. So what does this mean? It means that let's say I'm playing Fiora, and I decide to Q, right? I get the full Omnivamp value from that Q, because it's like an auto attack, kinda. So let's say I have 10% Omnivamp, and my Q did 300 damage, I gain 30 health. Okay. Now the problem is that if I'm playing Hecarim, even if I'm only hitting one target, and I Q for 300 damage, if I have 10% Omnivamp, instead of healing for 30, I'm healing for 10. And this made it feel a little bit shitty when you would have Omnivamp items like Ravenous Hydra, because unless you were hitting like 3 to 4 people in a team fight, it just always felt like the healing value wasn't really there from Omnivamp. Now what they're doing this season with Omnivamp is they're actually rewiring and changing how it works, okay? So Omnivamp nowadays will always apply at 100% value no matter what you decide to like do, okay? Reduce to 33% value from pets, damage over time, and AoE spells against minions. That's huge. because what it means is that it's only a thing where Omnivamp is getting nerfed in like the lane phase, right? But champions like Hecarim or Kayn, for example, are going to have the full 100% effectiveness from Omnivamp when they actually have it, no matter what abilities they use. So what that means is, for example, imagine I'm playing Hecarim and I get a reset with Endless Hunger, okay? And I Q. Now my Q does about 400 damage. Okay, let's say, and I hit 2 targets with my Q. That's 800 damage. The Omnivamp that I get from Endless Hunger spikes up to 20%. So now from 800 damage, I'm healing 20%. Okay, that's 160 health in a single Q. That is fucking crazy, bro. That is crazy. Now from 800 damage, I'm healing 20%. Okay, that's 160 health in a single Q. That is fucking crazy, bro. That is crazy. That is like at a level that almost we've never seen before. Never seen before. Because Omnivamp was always existing in this really shitty spot. For us Hecarim mains, what do we feel so far? For the first time in a while playing this champ, I feel like it's going to be a good season. Because every jungler gets movement speed in the jungle. Who's that good for? Hecarim. Out of all the role quests, which one seems to be the strongest? The jungle one. Who's that good for? Hecarim. Also, another thing too, there's going to be like less roaming and all that kind of shit that's happening, which means that people are going to be battling more in their lanes, which means that there's more opportunity to get free kills on people. Who's that good for? Hecarim. Then on top of it, there's a thing where trading objectives is going to be good again, right? So trading objectives, trading the map, trading kills, all that kind of stuff. Now, who's that good for? Champs that can get across the map fast? Who gets across the map fast? Hecarim. Omnivamp changes. Who's that good for? Hecarim. It's like it's at a point now where for 2 years we dealt with nothing but cancer, and finally we're gonna be at a part where it's like, holy shit, we are going to feel like God. Like, it's gonna be fucked up what we're gonna be doing this season, I'm telling you guys. So now let's look at some more of the changes, okay? Dusk and Dawn, it's gonna be this new on-hit item where they're making it so that you pretty much have a Lich Bane that gives you like more on-hit abilities. Not really going to matter for most people. You're still going to want to go Lich Bane a lot of the time because it out-damages Dusk and Dawn. Fiend Hunter Bolts, let's look at this. 2650 gold, 40% tax between 5 crit chance, 4% MS, gain 30 ultimate haste. After casting roll to 3 next basic attacks, gain 50% attack speed, and critically strike for 75% of normal crit damage. Twitch is happy. That's all I know. So this is going to be like a really good item for champs like Zeri, champs like Twitch, any champ that's like ultra-reliant, obviously. Endless Hunger. Oh! So this is going to be the bread and butter, okay? This is the bread and butter. This is like for all the cancer that I got over the last 2 years with like itemization and everything, this is going to be the thing where it's like, So a lot of people have a very big misconception on Endless Hunger where they think it's going to be a late game item, okay? And the reason why is very easy to understand if you read the item, right? Because you gain 5 plus 10% bonus AD ability haste for 3,000 gold, gain 6 AD, 20% ability haste, 5% Omnivamp, okay? Now, let me explain to you why you're wrong, especially for Hecarim. Because the thing is, on item 1, when you just build this item, when you just build it, you're getting 11 ability haste. Now, that 11 ability haste is not affected by celerity. It's not affected by, like, all of the movement speed things that you're going to be getting synergizing with your passive. It's not affected by anything. It's just a flat 11. So when I'm playing Hecarim, and I'm popping my ghosts, I'm popping the E, I have the celerity, bro, my fucking, like, my jungle camp's going, and I'm sitting there, dude, I have fucking, like fucking diarrhea literally propelling out of my fucking ass, dude, fucking, like, flying down the lane, you know? The thing is that you're literally going to be getting, like, 20 plus ability haste, even on item 1. And 11 ability haste is enough, even as a first item, for this to be insanely fucking good. Now, for Hecarim specifically, there is a very, very, very big misconception, okay, for itemization. Because I'm already seeing that a lot of people are going Endless Hunger into Shojin, alright? Let me explain to you why you're wrong, right? So for that, we're going to have to look at some of the other new items, right? Bastion Breaker, not a Hecarim item, right? This is good for split pushing assassins. You don't want this. This item. So over the course of years, right, everybody remembers the different Hecarim metas that were all pretty much dictated by a singular item. You had Divine Sunder Hecarim, you had Chemtank Hecarim, you had Duskblade Hecarim, and I have so many new viewers nowadays that'll come in my chat, and they've only started playing this champion in the last 2 years, and they've never had a really meta-defining item, right? They've had Shojin, right? They've had Cleaver, but they've never really been able to experience something like truly amazing and awe-powering, okay? Until now. Now you're all gonna have to listen to me. You're all gonna have to listen to me. Because you're gonna look at this item, and you're gonna say, Dantes, what the fuck are you saying, bro? It gives you 90 AP and 300 mana. Who the fuck wants to build that on Hecarim? Why would Hecarim want to build AP? Well, I'll tell you. Because I want you to look at the active. Now, before we actually get into this, there's an item, okay, that's getting buffed that is a very familiar face, right? And that item is... Wait... Manamune! So Manamune is getting buffed to 1,000 mana. And the reason why that's so crazy, right, is because when you look at how Actualizer functions with its active, then you see something a little fucking crazy. So mana made real. For 8 seconds your mana is empowered. While empowered, your spells cost 100% more mana, and you gain 15 plus 0.005% bonus mana, increased ability damage, healing, and your basic ability cooldowns progress 30% faster. So guys, tell me right now, if I'm playing Hecarim and I have 20% Omnivamp that is uninhibited by any penalties, right? Because they removed the AoE penalties, and I also have a shit ton of damage now because I gained 300 mana added onto the 1,000 mana for Manamune, right? So my Manamune passive is doing a fuck ton more damage. Then how insane do you guys think it's going to be when you pop this active and now you're healing for your entire health bar, one-shotting everyone and everything? This item is going to make shit fucking wild. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at a few more of these changes, and then I'll actually show you guys in practice tool what the changes actually look like so you can see how strong the build really is. So they're adding another new item that deals 10% increased damage with attacks based on how far away the enemy is. So another cool item for ADCs. They're adding Bando Pipes, which is something where slowing or mobilizing an enemy champion grants 20 movement speed, and while you have it, nearby allies gain 30% attack speed. Now, because this is attack speed, Hecarim doesn't really care about this. Not a Hecarim item. If it gave ability haste, maybe, but because it's attack speed, no. New item, Protoplasm Harness. This could be a Hecarim item, okay? So for 2,500 gold, it gives you 600 health, 15 ability haste. And then when you're reduced below 30% health, you gain 200 health, and then heal 200 to 400 health over the duration, while gaining 15% increased size, movement speed, and tenacity. So this is like old season Radiant Virtue. There could be some possibilities with this, okay? Could be some possibilities. So then we're also getting, this is an enchanter item, Whispering Circlet. It's like the tier item for enchanters. Nothing really matters. We don't care about this. Gunblade. Now, Gunblade as the last item for Hecarim can maybe be interesting because you're getting like that 10% Omnivamp. But I think you're just overkilling yourself with Omnivamp, because with Endless Hunger it should be enough, okay? Storm Racer is also added back into the game. So your energized attack applies 100 bonus magic damage and grants 45% MS. Another interesting item. Now, honestly though, would you really want to build this? I don't think so. Maybe like a later game item, but not early. And then they're also updating some items. So Unending Despair is getting 50 armor, no magic resist anymore, and the ability haste is getting increased. So Unending Despair will not just be a standard tank item anymore. It's really going to be like an anti-armor. They're removing Aegis of the Legion, and then they're also updating Horizon Focus. So what they're doing is they're making it so that they're reducing the AP by 50. Okay? So AP is reduced by 50. And then dealing ability damage to champions at 600 range or more reveals some. That's getting changed. And instead it's going to be dealing ability damage to champions at 600 range reveals them, and then deal 10% increased damage to enemies revealed by this. So it's pretty much going back to the old Horizon focus before they just made it stat 1. Another big piece of news I want everyone to clap for Riot. Sundered Sky is dead! It's gone! It's shit now. I was watching a bit of Alois' stream earlier, and he was talking about how bad the item felt nowadays. Thank God. So they're reducing the crit damage from 100% to 80%, and they're also increasing the cooldown, but they're slightly upping the AD. So champions that would build this as their only like AD item to just like one-shot everyone and everything with the empowered damage, like let's say Ambessa or Riven, not anymore. It's still going to be good on champions like Jarvan. It's still going to be good on champions like, let's say, Xin Zhao, right? Champions that use it for survivability, even like Zahen to a certain extent, but it is not as good anymore for champs that would use it to one-shot you. So Riven, ding dong, the fucking witch is dead. You know what I mean? Thank God. It's actually gone. So they're also renaming Luden's Companion to Luden's Echo. Thank God. I don't think anybody liked Luden's Companion. Then they're also changing Echoes of Helia as well, making it so it gives 35 AP, 200 health, 20 ability haste, and then gain 35% pre-mitigation damage dealt to champs as soul charge, and then it just adds like bonus healing. They're making Sheen a or Essence Reaver Sheen item again, which is really good for champs like Gangplank. Doesn't really change anything for Hecarim. Umbral Glaive, a lot of people ask me about this, doesn't change anything for Hecarim, because nowadays Umbral Glaive does bonus damage on your first auto when you attack someone based on your lethality, right? But the thing is that you need to build lethality items in order for that to actually be good, and the problem is that Hecarim is not going to want to build lethality items. He's going to want to build all the bruiser items and the actualizer, right? Redemption, they're removing the health and making it 30 AP, so that's going to make it a lot less of a rush item for tanks. Champs like Rakan aren't going to build it anymore. It's really going to be like a Lulu item, a Janna item, as it always should have been. Zeke's gives you 15 ultimate ability haste, so that could be interesting. Maybe you could work with that with Hecarim in some kind of way. And yeah, they're also buffing the 1,000 to 1,000 mana there. They're making it so that LDR deals 15% bonus damage against champs with bonus health, so ADCs will be able to deal with the tanks again. They're nerfing the armor pen of Mortal Reminder, but also reducing the cost a lot too. So it's really going to be a thing again of like, LDR is like the armor pen item, and Mortal Reminder is the anti-heal. Instead of just like Mortal Reminder always being better than LDR, right? Looks like they're also buffing the attack speed, nerfing the AD of Yuntal, and they're making Infinity Edge 250% crit. So now what we're gonna do, okay, is apparently League of Legends just released a new dev update. So we're gonna watch the new dev update, and then afterwards we're gonna go into practice tool, test out some builds, and by then I think the new season should be up. All right, so let's go.
Hey everyone, I'm Paul, aka Pabro.
And I'm Andre, also known as Medla. Welcome to Season 1 of 2026.
We're back to talk more about some of the things we
Okay,
have coming.
Listen, Riot, right, if you're listening, you've done so many good changes this year. I love you guys again nowadays, okay? I know we have a love-hate relationship. I love you again. Please stop calling it Season 1 of 2026. It's enough. No more Season 1, 2, or 3. No. It's Season 16. Bring it back, okay? Please.
This season, as well as a little bit about some plans later in 2026 and beyond.
First though, let's quickly recap what you can expect when you log in tomorrow.
Okay, so these are all the Season 1 changes. We can skip this. We just talked about all of it. So let's go to the next one.
Aside of thematic changes, we have another change that we're trialing in some regions starting tomorrow. Last year we were working on really addressing game running behavior. You know, things like inting and griefing.
Okay.
And we have some other improvements to cut down on dodging and lobby trolling. You know, like removing the ability to ban your ally's hovered champion or making it so that autofill persists through dodges.
We have another body of work that pairs with those two efforts, lobby hostage intervention.
Okay.
Right now, there isn't a good way for us to take immediate action on bad actors who hold lobbies hostage by threatening to run it down or just to play something that doesn't work. Either you or someone else is forced to dodge.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it might be good that we're putting the jungle A to Z on hiatus for now. I'm gonna be honest.
Or you have to play the game out, which means more often than not, it ends in a loss. And while the perpetrator gets punished and you get some LP refunded, your time isn't.
So, starting tomorrow in some regions, you'll be able to terminate lobbies that are held hostage by bad actors. We've been running some tests on live servers for some time now, using your lobby reports to refine the system, and we have high confidence in our day one accuracy. We're not going to explain exactly how this works, because we don't want said bad actors to try and find ways around
this
the
is the reason why I actually really like this change, and I'll tell you guys why. Because I feel like Riot's actually doing a lot to address persisting problems that have actually been like a big issue for years now. So one of the issues is, yes, lobby hostaging. Then other issues are like Smurfs, for example, just like leaving the game when one thing goes their way. And then another big issue was dodging. Now, it looks like they're trying to fix lobby hostaging, and they're also going to make it so that account punishments persist, even on different accounts that you have. So you can't just queue up on a random account and then like get permad and then just go back to your main one, right? Because all your accounts are going to get permad. But it looks like in general, they're making a lot of good system changes for player behavior. And I'm going to be honest, I really like to see this. It's a gradual process, but I genuinely think that by the end of this year, League could be in a good like player behavior state.
But we are going to look at a variety of triggers. Things like, text intention. If somebody says, I'm going to run it down, we're actually going to trust them on that one. Or if they're doing something like taking ghost cleanse on a champ in a lane they never play.
So the good news is there is actually a workaround for this. So something that I used to do, back when I would want my team to dodge, is I would try to convince them that there was a murder in my house. My family and friends and everyone. So it doesn't look like that's patched yet, because they can't really, like, if I'm sitting there typing like, please God, someone leave the game, someone's my family, it's like Riot's not going to punish you for that. So that could be like a good temporary workaround.
The lobby is terminated, you'll be returned to the queue, similar to how it works now when someone dodges. If you enjoy playing viable off-meta picks, don't need to worry about it. We still want experimentation to thrive in League, so we'll be closely monitoring how the system works with manual reviews. We'll be rolling out these changes to all regions slowly to ensure that it remains high accuracy.
Okay, and with all that said, we're now going to hand things over to Riot Hylia and 100-piece Nuggets, and they'll talk a bit about some of the skins we have coming out this season.
I don't care about those skins. Oh, that's a cute one. Anything about Hackrim?
Unique visual.
Oh, that's a cute one. Anything about Hackrim?
Unique visual effects for every class of enemy he possesses.
That's Viego. Okay, no one cares. And then esports. Okay, no one cares about that. And then outro. Okay, let's see the outro.
Esports. Before we go, we want to talk about some longer-term plans for League after 2026. We're often asked if we're going to make League of Legends 2 someday. And the answer to that has been, and remains, no. We've always been committed to constantly improving and updating League, from new game modes and champion updates to balancing the game every other week and so on.
There are some things, though, that do make the most sense as part of a larger bundle of changes. And with that in mind, we've been working on some bigger updates to League.
We're not quite ready to show you our work in progress. It's coming along well, but it's just not ready for a first look yet. We want to tell you about some of those things that, at this point, the majority of the League team are now working on.
So, for starters, we're making a brand new around-game client that's fully integrated with the in-game experience, rather than being a separate application like today.
We're also revamping Summoner's Rift with entirely new visuals and a bit of new gameplay.
So this is also interesting too, because the last time there was actually a big Summoner's Rift revamp was back in like Season 5. So this is actually very interesting.
Plus some changes to runes and how you make some pre-game choices.
I love that as well. I think that once Riot tackles the item problem, tackling the rune problem is next. Because the problem right now is that like runes have just been the same for so long, So if they actually had a bunch of new items this season, make it fun, and then next season it's new runes, perfect. Great progression.
And we're overhauling the new player experience so that once we're done, it should be the best time ever to get your friends into League.
There is a bit more to this update than we've mentioned here, and we'll have more to share sometime later this year between MSI and Worlds. Until then, we'll still of course have regular dev updates on everything else going on.
Your love and dedication to League is what drives us to make this game better. Your voices and input are vital to League and will help shape where we go next. So
I just want to say though, so on the Riot side of things, what I personally find very interesting, isn't it insane to think that 1 year ago, the biggest change that Riot was doing was like, hey guys, we're removing Hextech chests, and then now it looks like they're actually doing all this shit, It's honestly nice to see. With that being said, now we're going to do a little bit of Hecarim build testing, And the reason why we're going to do some build testing is because the new season starts very soon, guys. Very, very, very soon. I do think I'm going to be going celerity, though, just because, like, since you end up getting, yeah, I think celerity is just going to have value transcendence, because, like, you're going to get enough ability haste from Endless Hunger that I don't think you're going to need more. So, now it's time to actually put a little bit of item testing to the test, okay? So, let's do it. So, we're going to spawn a dummy. And then what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to give it, like, honestly, let's give it, like, 60 armor and magic resist. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Perfect. Alright, so we'll give it 60 armor and magic resist, and then I'll add a bunch of gold. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to test out with some items, alright? So, Endless Hunger as your rush item. So with Shojin and Endless Hunger, right, only doing Q and W, your DPS is about 320, right? So now let's see with Shojin and Cleaver. With Shojin and Cleaver, already more DPS. So you're already getting more DPS on the initial, like, stages, right? And then it evens out to about the same, okay? But now what we're going to do is I'm going to want to see with 3 items, right? So with 3 items, okay, and a fully stacked Shojin. 3 items and a fully stacked Shojin, this is like the standard Hecarim build that most people are doing, right? And you're getting at about 450 DPS, right? So now we're going to sell the Shojin, and we're going to do Manamune instead. That's a pretty fucking big difference, isn't it? So then now, this is time for the real testing. Is everybody ready? With Actualizer. Okay, who's ready? So now, we pop Actualizer. 900 DPS! What the fuck? So, just so you guys can understand really how crazy 900 DPS is, right? A standard Hecarim build looks like this, right? A standard Hecarim build would be looking at around 700. 650 to 700. Actualizer Manamune brings you up to 900. That is fucking insane, by the way. And now with full build, let's say you have this, you have your Actualizer, and then you have your Manamune.
Motherfucking Donald.
For the purpose of this, let's actually make it so that this looks like a squishy target, okay? So something where it's like, we could say this is like a late game Ezreal. Alright? Alright guys, so this is a late game Ezreal. We'll give him like 2,400 health, okay? And then we'll even give him 80 armor and magic resist. So this is a late game Ezreal, guys. This is a late game Ezreal, okay? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. This is gonna be a fun year. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun year. Oh, I cannot wait. So this is a late game Ezreal, guys. This is a late game Ezreal, okay? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. This is gonna be a fun year. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun year. Oh, I cannot wait. Alright, guys. I will be honest, it looks like that will end up being the build, though. It looks like there's something about Endless Hunger Cleaver that actually looks like it's going to be the build. There's something that I need to tell you, okay? A lot of people have been wondering how long today's stream is going to be. Normally, you like grinding at the beginning of the season, right? In general, I like grinding at the beginning of the season. But for the last few years, I really didn't like League. And the reason why is because it felt like solo carry potential was super limited. And theory crafting was also really bad. Now, this season, theory crafting and solo carry potential both got insane amounts of buffs, which means I'm going to actually love this game again. So for the first time in almost 3 years, we're going to be in love with League of Legends again. And as a result, I thought it would be fitting that our stream today is not going to end until I'm Challenger. So I'm going to get the air mattress out later. We're going to be sleeping on stream every single night. It could last a day, could last a week, could last a month, could last a year. However long it takes. But the stream is only going to end when we are Challenger.
This scammer allegedly stole over $2 million from Coinbase users by pretending to be customer support, then pulled the dumbest move possible because he couldn't help himself but flex on social media. So welcome back to another episode of watching the trash take itself out, because for some reason, people who allegedly break the law love bragging about it. And it's safe to say, when you're bragging about your wallet balance on Telegram group chats, sharing Instagram stories from nightclubs with alleged stolen money, and, you know, literally screen recording yourself mid-scam, you're not exactly setting yourself for long-term freedom. But as of right now, he's still free. He hasn't been arrested yet. So at least he has that going for him. But I don't know how long his freedom will last, because while most scammers at least try to stay anonymous, or at the very least keep the scam itself hidden, this guy was just out there documenting everything like he was some flexing influencer. So meet Hobby, who also called himself Harvard Online. He's a guy from the Vancouver area in Canada who allegedly spent most of 2024 and early 2025 calling up random Coinbase users and convincing them that he worked for the company. And the whole scheme was pretty low tech when you break it down. There was no fancy hacking involved or any blockchain exploits. He was just picking up the phone and lying to people until they handed over their crypto. Allegedly, he would essentially call someone, tell them their account was compromised or under attack, and then guide them through the security steps that actually just, you know, transferred their money to him. And unfortunately, this is just becoming way more common, because as exchanges and banks get better and better security, now scammers are relying more and more on tricking people. But before we get into how Havey fumbled his whole operation, we need to talk about the person who actually pieced it all together, because Zach XPT is the one who did it. He's an anonymous independent blockchain investigator who basically spends all of his time tracking stolen crypto and exposing scammers. This guy is forever a legend. I don't know if you guys remember the entire BitBoy saga with me, but he sat on call with me for hours, helping me return all of the donations I raised and made sure they actually went to the correct addresses. Because, you know, TLDR, I raised way into the six figures for my lawsuit, but when the lawsuit was dropped, I no longer had a use for that money, so I just wanted to return it all. And refunding the GoFundMe donations, that was fairly easy, because all I had to do was tell them to refund everything, because I never extracted the money out of GoFundMe into my personal account, thankfully. But crypto makes things very tedious and complicated to return the money, because you don't want to get scammed and you don't want to send money to the wrong person or to an exchange's storage wallet that the user doesn't have access to, and then suddenly the exchange has to figure out whose money this actually was. It's just, there's so many landmines there. So he helped me not mess that part up. So Zach is forever a legend in my book. But other than that, he kind of operates like a one-person fraud investigation unit, which traces wallet transactions across different blockchains and connecting the dots between theft incidents that most of the time law enforcement either can't or won't pursue. And in late December 2024, Zach came across something that kicked off this whole investigation. A screenshot posted in a Telegram group chat where someone was showing off a fresh theft of 21,000 XRP from a Coinbase user. And at the time, that theft was worth about $44,000. And while most people would have just scrolled past it, Zach grabbed that wallet address from the screenshot and started digging. What he found was that the same address had been used in 2 other Coinbase user thefts, bringing in the combined total of around $500,000 just from those 3 incidents alone. And this is where the details start to matter, because when you steal cryptocurrency, you usually want to move it around and convert it to different coins and make the trail harder to follow, at least. And Havey was doing that. He was taking the stolen XRP and swapping it for Bitcoin through instant exchange services. The problem is, every transaction on a blockchain is permanently recorded with timestamps. So if an investigator knows what they're doing, they can match up the timing of when funds left one wallet and when they appeared in another, even across different cryptocurrencies. Because both XRP and Bitcoin, like most of the other cryptocurrencies, they're publicly recorded chains. They're just there. You can find every transaction on them. And Zach managed to sync up the Bitcoin address that had Zavey's funds coming into. And then on January 3rd, 2025, Havey made one of his worst mistakes yet. He posted another screenshot from his crypto wallet, except this time he showed his Telegram username and also his Instagram handle right there in the same image. I don't know why a scammer would ever do that, but at least he made it easier to find him. So Zach then matched the wallet balances that were visible in that screenshot to the Bitcoin address that he'd already been tracking, and everything lined up perfectly. So then in February, Havey posted yet another screenshot in a group chat flexing a wallet with $237,000 in it. And when Zach checked the historical balance of that Bitcoin address on February 1st, it matched once again. So if Habe wasn't out there just like throwing out receipts left and right, it would be really hard to confirm that it was actually his wallet. But I guess some people just can't help themselves but flexing. Because I mean, at this point, the investigation was basically just the scammer handing over all the evidence for them to identify him with. So once Zach had locked down the main Bitcoin address, he started working backwards to see what else was connected to it. And turns out there were 3 additional Coinbase support impersonation thefts feeding into the same wallet, adding another $560,000 to the total. But the blockchain evidence was only part of the story here, because besides the group chat screenshots, Habe had also been documenting his own crimes in other ways. Because somewhere along the line, a video got leaked that allegedly shows him during an actual scam call, sitting there behind camera, pretending to be Coinbase support while walking some victim through the process of securing their account. And again, unfortunately for him, in that screen recording, his email address is visible, along with the Telegram details and even a phone number.
The asset?
Yes, correct, sir.
Ethereum?
Yes, yes, sir.
But I guess the social media presence is where this whole thing just keeps getting worse, because according to Zach's breakdown, Habe was constantly posting Instagram stories showing bottle service at expensive clubs, luxury purchases, and gambling sessions, which, you know, is the kind of flaunting you can expect from someone young who just got into a whole bunch of money. Unfortunately for him, that money was allegedly illegal. I'm obviously using alleged. Everything in this video is alleged, by the way, because he hasn't been found guilty by a court of law yet. So at the end of the day, the dude is innocent until proven guilty. But all this evidence does not make him look too good. I'll just leave it there. But to make things even worse for him, one of his Instagram stories even has the metadata showing from Harvey's MacBook Air, giving investigators yet another piece of identifying information to work with. And apparently there was even one person in the group chats who told him he should probably stop posting so much, which is advice he clearly didn't take. But now here's a detail that really shows the mindset at play, because Habe was spending significant amounts of the stolen crypto on rare Telegram usernames, which I guess is also just a way to flex, because Telegram, like many other social medias, you can buy a low count username and that's kind of a flex. I think it's kind of pointless to buy a Telegram at, but crypto bros be crypto broing. At the end of the day, it's just a status symbol to buy. So Habe was buying all these like premium usernames regularly, then deleting his accounts and then creating new ones, probably thinking like that would help him hide his identity. Except he kept using the same aliases across platforms and posting screenshots that showed his username. So investigators could just, you know, connect all the different accounts back to the same person anyway. Clearly, he's a genius. But while Habe's case is wild in its own, it's actually part of a much larger security mess that Coinbase had to deal with throughout the last year. Because earlier in 2025, it came out that hackers had bribed customer support agents working at overseas call centers, mainly in India, to steal internal user data straight from Coinbase's systems. And the stolen information included full names, addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, government ID photos, account balances, and transaction histories. And this breach hit roughly 70,000 accounts, most of them from high net worth users. And while the hackers didn't get the passwords or private keys, they got a whole lot of information on the victims that could make some very convincing scam calls. Like, thinking about it from the victim's perspective, someone calls you claiming to be from Coinbase, and they already know your name, your address, your current balance, and even, you know, all of your recent transactions. Even if that should raise red flags, it's easy to see why someone might be convinced when faced with, you know, that level of information. But also, heads up here, Coinbase or any bank or other crypto exchanges, they're not going to call you and be like, hey, here's your information, you have to transfer your money to this other account. That's not going to happen. Like, no matter how many times they say you're going to lose all your money, it's not real. And if you think it's super believable, which it won't be, ask for a support ticket, and then you take that support ticket ID and you email the real Coinbase or the real exchange that you have, because then they'll obviously confirm or deny if this is real or not. But the key thing about scammers, though, is they try to make everything seem extremely urgent, so you panic and actually go along with what they were saying. Because once that panic drops, that's when you realize, uh-oh, I did something in a rush that was not good. But ironically, the people behind the data breach actually tried to extort Coinbase for $20 million to delete the stolen information, but Coinbase refused to pay, instead putting up their own $20 million bounty to catch the attackers and promising to reimburse everyone who got scammed, which is honestly the best way to handle that. But with all that in mind, by the time Haby was running his operation, there was already a whole lot of information from Coinbase users that Haby could use against his victims. However, by December of 2025, authorities started making some actual arrests related to those Coinbase impersonation schemes. Indian police arrested a former Coinbase support agent connected to the data breach, confirming that insiders had been bribed to leak customer information. And around the same time, US prosecutors charged someone from Brooklyn named Ronald Spector with stealing about $16 million from roughly 100 Coinbase users using similar tactics. And while these arrests showed that law enforcement was finally paying attention to the problem, they also highlighted just how widespread this problem had become. Because schemes like Haby's are hard to defend against as a platform, because all you can really do is educate people as they target psychology instead of technology, which is, again, one of the reasons I wanted to cover this, because the more awareness of scams like this, the better. Because unfortunately, you can build the most secure platform with the best encryption and best safety features, but if you can convince a user to willingly give you access, all of that security then kind of becomes pointless. So